Welcome to Snooze and Muse, where history floats gently, like candlelight in a darkened room, and the echoes of the past become a lullaby for the soul. Tonight, we journey through time, across shifting sands, ancient stone, and golden thrones, from the mighty roar of Rome to the silent discipline of the Qin. From the endless reach of the British crown to the sacred fire of the Ottomans, these were not just empires, they were worlds unto themselves, built on vision, sustained by power, and remembered not only for their triumphs, but for the shadows that left behind. As so close your eyes, still your breath, and let us drift into the grandeur and ghosts of history's greatest empires. Chapter 1. The Dream of Power. Long before the lines of borders hardened into the ink of maps, the idea of empire lived as something softer, something whispered on the wind, etched in clay, sung in rituals beside rivers. Civilization did not begin with palaces or crowns, but with need, with water, with hunger, with the gentle promise of order. In the fertile crescents of Mesopotamia and along the drifting banks of the Nile, people gathered not to conquer, but to survive. They sowed seeds in soil made rich by floods. They learned to store grain against the famine, to tally harvests with reeds pressed into clay. These were not yet empires, but they were dreams of what could be small circles of control, expanding slowly outward with each season. As villages became towns and towns became cities, a quiet transformation began. Power no longer lay just in strength, but in organization. Someone had to count the grain. Someone had to decide when to plant, when to build, when to go to war. And slowly, someone did. The earliest rulers did not always wear crowns. Sometimes they were priests, sometimes warriors, sometimes those who could speak to the gods, or pretend they did. But all shared one thing, a belief and the belief of others that they held something larger than themselves. Empires begin in silence, in the breath between planting and harvest, in the distance between one village and the next. In the moment, a leader looks out over a land not yet theirs and imagines it could be. This is the seed of empire, not domination, but vision. A vision of permanence, of order, of something that will outlive the hands that built it. The meaning of empire. What is an empire? Not just land, though land is part of it. Not just armies, though armies often come. An empire, at its core, is an idea that something should last forever, even when it cannot. Empires promise more than kings or laws. They promise that the way things are is the way things should always be. That one people, one tongue, one law or god or banner is meant to stretch across distance and time. That the sun never sets not just on lands, but on belief. The people who built them, empires were divine. In Egypt, the pharaoh was not merely a king, but a god. His rule did not begin at birth, but in the moment he became the living link between heaven and earth. In China, the mandate of heaven granted. Emperors not only power, but cosmic responsibility. To rule badly was to lose the stars' favor, and in Rome, perhaps the most enduring idea of empire power came with law, with roads, with a sense that all the world could be brought into one fold. To be conquered by Rome was to be changed. not only in name, but in structure, in thought. But empire was more than religion or rule. It was about narrative, about telling a story that made conquest seem natural, even merciful. It was the tale that one culture, one language, one way of life was superior, and therefore deserved to spread. This is why empires rise not just on blood, but on stories. The stories that convince people to follow, to yield, to believe. Without the story, there is no empire, only land, and that belief that story is why empires can live longer in memory than in stone. Long after they fall, their language lingers. Their gods are renamed. Their roads, once mapped, still shape the land. The empire fades, but the idea remains. The weight of expansion growth is not always glory. The story of empire is often told. In victories and battles won, cities built, borders redrawn. But each new land added to the crown came with weight. And that weight did not lift. Even in peace.to expand meant to govern, to tax, to feed mouths that spoke different tongues and followed different gods. The further the empire reached, the less it understood its own edges. A ruler in one capital could not hear the cries of a village thousands of miles away, not in time, not with care.to rule such a sprawl. Empires built systems. Governors, soldiers, messengers, markets. They paved roads and sent scribes. But every system came with a price. Bureaucracy thickened. Corruption crept in. Local customs clashed with imperial law. People remembered who they had been before they were called subjects. Rebellions often came not from the battlefield, but from hunger, from unfair taxes, or famines made worse by distant decisions. Armies marched not only to conquer, but to hold, to remind. To force memory. In Rome, expansion strained the republic until it broke. Wealth flowed in from the provinces, but with it came greed, inequality, and decay. In Persia, the sheer size of the empire meant that communication took weeks, even months. By the time news of a revolt arrived, the revolt had often won. The farther an empire spread, the thinner it became. Like gold hammered over too much surface, it gleamed but fragile. What looked eternal from the outside was often hollow within, and still the hunger to grow continued. Not just for land, but for legacy. For rulers, expansion was not always strategy. It was ego, proof of divinity, a name carved into the world, but in chasing forever, they sowed the seeds of collapse, because no empire can hold everything. Not forever. Time and sand in the end. Even the greatest empires fall, not always, with fire or war. Sometimes with silence, with generations forgetting why the roads were built, with stones sinking beneath sand, with kings whose names are no longer spoken, but fall they must, because history is not still. It moves like water carving stone. Empires rise, crest like waves, then break, yet their fall is not always loss. From each empire's end comes space, new lands, new dreams, new voices. In the chapters to come, we will walk through these echoes. We will trace the path of power, through crowns and crusades, scrolls, and swords. We will watch kings rise from barns and queens fall from towers. We will see borders shift not once, but many times drawn and redrawn by faith, fear, and fate. We will study not just what they ruled, but how they dreamed. Because an empire is not just stone and sword, it is belief, in order, in destiny, in the right to last, from Babylon to Byzantium, from the steppes of Mongolia to the shores of Britain. We will see empires stretch toward the sun, certain they will never fade. And we will see, again and again, how the light changes, but this is not a story of ruin. It is a story of rhythm, like sand through fingers, power slips. But it leaves traces in language, in law, in ruins that whisper of glory. This is the dream of power. And this is where it begins. Chapter 2. Rome, the eternal reach, unlike the grand civilizations of Egypt or Mesopotamia, where rule descended like divine inheritance, Rome questioned power from the beginning. Legend speaks of Romulus and Remus, of wolves and war, but the real birth of Rome came not from a throne, but a choice. Who should hold authority over many? The early Romans chose a republic, a government where no one man could be king. Power was shared, balanced, debated. The Senate was born a council of elders, voices from noble families, shaping policy with words rather than swords. It was imperfect, exclusive, and often chaotic. But it was different. It was new. This republic lasted for centuries. Rome expanded not just by legions, but by laws, roads, and alliances. As it grew, it absorbed more people, more land, more expectations. And with growth came strain, power shifted. The old noble families, the patricians, held on to tradition. But the people, the plebeians, demanded voice, demanded bread, demanded justice. Tribunes rose. Reforms were promised. But even as change rippled through the city, old fractures widened. Then came the generals. Men like Marius, Sulla, Pompey, and most of all, Julius Caesar. Their victories abroad gave them fame. Their armies gave them leverage. And slowly, the balance tilted when Caesar crossed the Rubicon. It was not just a military act, it was symbolic. A declaration that the Republic, with all its debate and delay, could no longer hold. Rome needed control. Rome needed direction, and so, after Caesar's death and years of civil war, came Augustus, the first emperor. The Senate remained in form. But real power now rested in the hands of one man. The Republic had not been overthrown overnight. It had transformed. What was once a shared duty became sacred reverence, the emperor as father, as protector, as the embodiment of Rome itself. Thus, the eternal city stepped into a new age, not with chaos, but with control. Not with democracy, but with divinity. Pax Romana for 2 centuries, Rome basked in a rare light, a period of peace, prosperity, and relative stability across its immense holdings. This was the Pax Romana. The Roman peace.it was not peace in the way we think of serenity or silence. It was a peace enforced, a calm that followed conquest. A peace where rebellion was met swiftly, where order was maintained through discipline and display. But it worked across Europe, North Africa. And the Near East, the roads of Rome stretched like veins connecting provinces to the heart. Merchants traveled safely. Ideas moved freely. Latin and Greek echoed in marketplaces and temples. Aqueducts carried fresh water to cities. Public baths and amphitheaters brought structure and rhythm to daily life. The empire built not only with stone, but with symbols. The eagle, the fasces, the spurker each carried meaning, authority, and presence. Temples stood in distant lands, not just for Roman gods, but as markers of Rome itself. Even those conquered were folded into the idea of empire. Citizenship, once a rare privilege, began to extend not out of kindness, but practicality. In the time of emperors like Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius, Rome became more than a city or a state. It became an identity, a system, a rhythm of life, and yet, within this grandeur, the seed of fragility grew. Because peace, once tasted, becomes expected, and expectation leads to entitlement. Emperors became symbols, but also targets. Power became centralized, and so did blame. Still, for generations, Rome held the roads, the courts, the fields, held the promise that the world under one rule could function. Pax Romana was not eternal, but it was real, and for a time it gave millions a sense that the world, vast as it was, could be understood, organized, and lived in with pride. The edges of control, but no empire, no matter how vast or wise, can stretch forever without fraying Rome's. Borders were not walls, they were thresholds. Lines drawn across rivers, forests, and deserts, always shifting, always tested. Beyond them lay other peoples, other beliefs, other rhythms of life. In the north, the cold forests of Germania resisted every attempt at taming. The tribes, their fierce, mobile, and deeply rooted in their own customs, refused Romanization. In 9 CE, 3 Roman legions were lost in the Teutoburg forest, their standards captured, their soldiers buried by time and betrayal. It was. Around the empire would not forget. In the west, Britain proved stubborn. It was taken, held, but never fully woven into the empire's soul. The construction of Hadrian's Wall marked not just a boundary, but a truth that Rome could not hold everything, that some lands would always remain untamed. To the east, Judea stood as another reminder, a land of ancient faith where Roman control met deep spiritual resistance. Rebellions rose, temples fell, and tensions never fully ceased. In 70 CE, Jerusalem was besieged. The Second Temple was destroyed. Yet even this act of dominance did not quiet the unrest. The borders were not just lines. They were mirrors. They showed Rome its limits militarily, culturally, spiritually. To rule such a variety of people meant compromise. It meant governors who spoke local tongues, soldiers recruited from faraway provinces, alliances that walked a thin line between respect and fear, and always the threat loomed that the provinces, once stable, might remember their independence, that they might rise, not just against tax or tyranny, but against the very idea of empire. Rome's heart beat strong, but at its edges, The pulse was irregular, stretched thin, whispered with discontent, flickering like a candle in wind. Fall or evolution? The question of Rome's fall is one that echoes through time. Did it fall suddenly, catastrophically, or did it simply change, slowly shedding skin until what remained was something else entirely? By the 5th century CE, the Western Roman Empire was fractured. Pressures mounted from within: economic collapse, political infighting, a weakening of civic structures. Emperors came and went, sometimes mere puppets of stronger generals or foreign kings. The grandeur of marble gave way to the scramble for survival, and from without came waves of Goths, Vandals, Huns. Not just enemies, but migratory forces driven by their own needs, fears, and ambitions. Rome, once the center, found itself. Surrounded in 476 CE, the last Western emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed. It was a moment, symbolic more than seismic. For many in the empire, life had already shifted. Rome had already receded from daily life, but the story didn't end in the east. The Byzantine Empire, Rome's heir, endured for nearly 1,000 more years. In Constantinople, Roman law evolved. Art, architecture, and administration carried forward. And even in the West, in the ruins of old cities, the spirit of Rome remained. Roman roads still shaped travel. Latin still formed the root of language. Roman law became the foundation for justice across Europe. And with the rise of Christianity, a faith once persecuted under Roman rule now rose to shape Rome's legacy in new ways. Rome did not vanish. It transformed into kingdoms, into churches, into books and cathedrals. The empire as a state may have ended, but the idea of Rome of order, of law, of grandeur and endurance never truly died. It echoed through centuries. It still echoes now. So when we speak of Rome, we speak not only of its rise, or its rule, or its ruins. We speak of its reach, its eternal reach. Chapter 3, the Mongols lightning on horseback, in the windswept vastness of the Central Asian steppe, where the grass rolls like waves and the sky stretches without end, a child was born into hardship. His name was Temujin. He would become Genghis Khan. There were no stone cities in his youth, no marble halls, only felt tense, shifting loyalties, and the fierce rhythm of survival. Life on the steppe was sharp-shaped by hunger, weather, and rivalry. The tribes of Mongolia moved like the seasons, following their herds, fighting their feuds, and rarely looking beyond the curve of the horizon. Temujin's early life was marked by exile. After his father was poisoned by a rival clan, his family was cast out, left to fend for themselves. They scrounged roots, hunted rats, and endured betrayal from those once sworn to protect them. It was not an origin story of privilege or divine favor. It was the forging of a will in the fire of desperation. But Temujin observed. He learned the patterns of people and war. He saw how fear divided tribes and how strength came from unity. Slowly, he began to gather allies not through wealth, but through loyalty. He rewarded merit, not bloodline, in a world where birth had long dictated power. This was something new over years. He brought together fractured tribes, weaving them into a single force under one name, Mongol. And in 1206, the steppe crowned him with a new title, Genghis Khan, the universal ruler, but this was not the end of his journey. It was the beginning of a storm, because Genghis did not just unite tribes. He changed what it meant to move, to strike, to rule. His people had lived with the wind, and now they would ride with it fast, focused, and unstoppable. The art of conquest, the Mongols did not build their empire behind walls. They carried it on horseback. Their strength was not in sheer numbers, but in how they moved. The Mongol army was a system of balance, swift, silent, and smart. Small groups worked like limbs of a single body, communicating across vast distances. With flags, horns, and messengers, orders flowed fast. So did fear. Their horses were small but tireless, adapted to the steppe. Each warrior rode with multiple mounts, allowing them to switch horses mid-campaign without rest. This gave them speed. No other army could match. Where other forces marched, the Mongols flew. They studied their enemies before striking. Spies were sent months in advance. Scouts mapped terrain, watched defenses, and reported on weaknesses. Deception was common. Sometimes they faked retreats, drawing enemies into ambushes. Sometimes they used dummies and campfires to appear larger than they were. Siege warfare, once foreign to steppe life, became a science. They borrowed engineers, built machines, and studied the cities they intended to break. Nothing was left to chance. Their conquests were fierce. Cities that resisted were often razed, their people slaughtered. But surrender brought survival, and often favor. The Mongols valued talent. Artisans, scribes, and craftsmen were spared and relocated across the empire. Loyalty was rewarded. Disloyalty was punished with terrifying clarity. In just a few decades, the Mongol Empire stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the edge of Europe. It was the largest contiguous empire the world had ever seen. A wave not of chaos, but of calculation. Their conquest was not blind destruction. It was a new kind of logic, one that treated empires like puzzles to be taken apart. One piece at a time, the Silk Road reborn beneath the thunder of hooves. Something quieter began to stir. Connection, though the Mongols are remembered for. Conquest, they also nurtured peace, a strange, sharp peace known as the Pax Mongolica. Once a region was secured, order followed. Bandits were punished. Roads were maintained. And for the first time in centuries, the Silk Road, the ancient artery between East and West, pulsed with new life. Caravans moved under protection. Merchants traveled farther, knowing they would be safe. A passport system called Pesa gave official travelers right-of-way and supplies. Way stations called Yam dotted the empire, offering rest, horses, and food. It was an early postal network. Fast, organized, and essential. Goods flowed: silk, spices, paper, porcelain. But so did ideas. Buddhism, Islam, and Christianity crossed paths. Chinese medicine met Persian astronomy. Recipes, stories, technologies all passed through. The hands of traders, monks, and scholars moving under the Mongol watch, Genghis himself welcomed diversity. He believed that a ruler should understand all beliefs. He held councils of wise men from every religion, listening, weighing, learning. His empire was one of discipline, but also of curiosity. In cities like Karakoram, you could find a mosque, beside a church, beside a Buddhist shrine. In the markets of Samarkand and Bukhara, the languages of half the world mingled like the colors of woven rugs. This was not a golden age in the soft sense. It came after fire and fear, but it was real, and it offered something rare: movement without chaos, commerce without borders, an empire that, for a brief time, made the world feel smaller not by war, but by road, the fracturing winds. But, like all storms, the Mongol Empire began to scatter. Genghis Khan died in 1227. His death was quiet, possibly from injury, possibly illness. He was buried in secret, his tomb never found. The empire passed to his descendants, divided among his sons and grandsons. At first, the system held. The great Khan in the east, Genghis's successor, remained supreme. But distance made loyalty difficult. The empire was too vast to varied. From the forests of Russia to the rice fields of China, no single voice could truly rule all, and soon those voices rose in competition. The empire split into khanates, semi-independent regions, still Mongol in name, but increasingly separate in aim. The Golden Horde ruled in the northwest. The Ilkhanate held Persia. The Chagatai Khanate stretched across Central Asia. And in the east, Kublai Khan, Genghis's grandson, claimed the throne of China, founding the Yuan dynasty. These khanates often clashed. Trade routes became battlegrounds. Disputes over. Succession led to wars between cousins. The harmony of movement gave way to the friction of pride, and with division came weakness. In China, the Yuan dynasty struggled with unrest and rebellion. In Persia, the Ilkhanate fell to internal conflict and invasion. In the steppes, the old unity faded into memory. The Mongol grip loosened. The roads grew quiet again, but even as the empire fractured, its legacy endured. In language, in law, in memory, the Mongols taught the world that speed could conquer, that discipline could reshape continents, that an idea, even one born on horseback, could carry across mountains and centuries. They were lightning on the steppe. And though the sky cleared, its echoes remained. Chapter 4. The British Empire, the empire on which the sun never set. It began with sails on the horizon. In the 16th and 17th centuries, England was not yet an empire. It was a small island kingdom, shaped by storms and ambition. But on the docks of London and Bristol, something stirred. Wooden ships packed with goods, hopes, and the quiet hum of calculation. Trade was the beginning. Spices from the East, sugar from the Caribbean, tea from China. These were not wars of territory, not yet, but of influence, contracts, and cargo. The British East India Company was founded in 1600 not by kings, but by merchants. It sailed with royal permission, not to conquer, but to negotiate. Yet with trade came entanglement. Forts were built to protect goods. Soldiers arrived to guard the forts. Treaties were signed, then rewritten. Power shifted quietly, steadily from partners to rulers. Maps became instruments of desire. Blue oceans turned into measured routes. Distant lands were no longer mysteries, they were marked, claimed, and named in ink that hardened into empire. The sea was Britain's great advantage. Its navy, disciplined and vast, became a bridge between continents. Control of the waves meant control of time, distance, and destiny. By the 18th century, Britain was no longer simply a kingdom. It was a presence woven into the Americas, Africa, India, and beyond. From trading posts to full-fledged colonies, the shift was relentless. Yet unlike empires of the past, which grew in bursts of conquest, the British Empire expanded through networks, commerce, diplomacy, language. Its banners fluttered from Canada to Australia, from Caribbean shores to the far corners of Asia. The phrase came not from pride, but observation. This was the empire on which the sun never set, because somewhere, always, it was morning in Britain's name, language, and industry. The British Empire did not just draw lines on the map, it reshaped the way the world spoke, moved, and worked. As it grew, it carried more than flags and fleets. It carried English, a language born of Germanic roots and Norman conquest. English expanded through classrooms, courtrooms, and commerce. It became the language of contracts, of law, of administration. It blended with local tongues, borrowed, bent, and broke into dialects and accents, each a marker of empire's long breath. With language came law. British legal systems were imposed or adapted across colonies, creating shared frameworks. Civil codes, property laws, trial procedures, these systems shaped how nations developed even after the empire had receded. The imprint of British governance lingered in how decisions were made, disputes settled, and power structured, but the engine behind it all was industry. The Industrial Revolution began in Britain in the late 18th century. Coal-fired machines, spinning frames, steam engines, it was a quiet roar of transformation. Textiles led the way, followed by iron, railroads, and factories. Britain became the workshop of the world. Empire fed industry, and industry fed empire. Raw materials from colonies flowed into British ports. Cotton from India, rubber from Malaya, minerals from Africa. They were turned into goods, shipped back, sold often to the very lands from which the resources had come. Labor was not always willing. Systems of indenture, economic coercion, and slavery built the foundation. Human lives were counted not in stories, but in profit margins. The wealth that gleamed in London's streets often came from fields and mines far away, from hands that never held ownership. Still, the empire created shared structures, railways, schools, telegraphs. It standardized time, introduced postal systems, and imagined global unity in spreadsheets and schedules. But behind the numbers and machines, there were people. Millions whose lives were shaped, sometimes lifted, often crushed by an empire. That thought in commerce and spoke in command, the jewel and the crown of all its colonies. None shaped Britain or was shaped by Britain more than India. Britain, India was not just a colony. It was the centerpiece, the jewel in the crown, a land of vast riches, ancient cultures, and strategic importance. Its spices, textiles, and later, opium and tea, were essential to British trade. Its location bridged east and west, and its population millions of people across hundreds of kingdoms and languages offered labor, markets, and military recruits. British involvement in India began with the East India Company, which, over 2 centuries, moved from trade to control. By the mid-1800s, after rebellion and restructuring, the British Crown took direct rule. India became an official part of the empire. Railways were laid. Canals were dug. British schools, universities, and courts were built. Cities like Bombay, Calcutta, and Delhi were reshaped by imperial vision, part European, part Indian, part something entirely new, but beneath the railways and reforms was exploitation. Resources were extracted, often without reinvestment. Famines struck with deadly frequency, worsened by policy and neglect. Indian soldiers fought in British wars, but returned to inequality. British rulers spoke of civilization, yet saw themselves as superior, and yet India was never passive. Resistance grew in poems, protests, and petitions. Figures like Gandhi, Nehru, and Tagore gave voice to a rising tide of self-awareness. National identity was not erased by empire, it was sharpened against it. By the early 20th century, the demand for independence became undeniable. The empire had brought roads and railways, yes, but also resentment, pride, and a longing to breathe free. When India gained independence in 1947, it was not just a moment for South Asia. It was a turning point for the British Empire itself. The jewel had slipped from the crown, and the crown would never feel the same again. Twilight in the colonies' empires do not often fall in battle. They fade in memory, in relevance, in reach. After 2 world wars, the British Empire was weary. Its economy strained, its people divided, its colonies restless. The cost of holding power had become greater than its reward. From Africa to the Caribbean, from Southeast Asia to the Middle East, calls for independence rose, not always loud, but persistent. In Kenya, in Malaya, in Palestine, movements formed. Some were peaceful, some were not, but all spoke the same truth. The empire's time was ending. Britain responded in different ways. Sometimes with violence, sometimes with negotiation. Decolonization was not one event, but a long, uneven process. Countries gained freedom one by one. Over decades, each with its own path, the empire shrank. Flags came down. Maps changed. But its shadow remained. English remained the global tongue. Parliamentary systems echoed in new democracies. Cricket was played in fields far from London. The Commonwealth was formed not as an empire reborn, but as a loose community, connected by history, language, and in some ways hope. What remained of the empire was not power, but pattern. A way of thinking, of governing, of imagining the world through lines drawn long ago. Today, the British Empire is gone. What remains is complicated. In some places, there is gratitude for roads, for schools, for systems. In others, There is pain for plunder, for division, for control. Most often, there is both. The legacy is layered history written in iron and ink, in victory and violence, in memory and forgetting. But like all empires, it tells us something that power can reach across oceans, that language can outlive its speaker, that an island can imagine itself as the center of the world, and, for a time, make it so, and that even the empire on which the sun never set must one day step into twilight. Chapter 5. The Umayyads and Abbasids Caliphs of the Crescent. In the year 632, the world changed. The Prophet Muhammad, messenger of Islam, had passed away. In the oasis city of Medina, his followers mourned. The faith he had spread, once whispered in caves and marketplaces, now stirred across the Arabian Peninsula. But with his death came a question that would echo through centuries. Who would lead the believers now? This leader would not be a prophet. That role had ended. But someone must guide the growing community in prayer, in governance, in war and peace. The title chosen was Caliph, meaning successor. And with it came not just responsibility, but vision. The first caliphs, known as the Rashidun, or rightly guided, led with both spiritual reverence and political strategy. Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali each shaped the early expansion of Islam. Through tribal diplomacy, military campaigns, and unifying scriptures, they pushed beyond Arabia's borders, setting the stage for an empire in motion. This was not merely a conquest of land. It was a movement, a message. Caravans of warriors and scholars moved east into Persia, west into Egypt, and North Africa. With each city taken, new challenges emerged. How to govern non-Muslims, how to distribute wealth, how to keep unity among diverse peoples. The early caliphs laid the foundation. But soon the empire would outgrow simplicity. Faith alone could not solve the politics of rule. Power had to evolve, and with it came dynasties, from the dust of Medina to the palaces of Damascus and Baghdad. The Islamic world entered an imperial age, not just of belief, but of bureaucracy, not just of prayer, but of poetry, coinage, and statecraft. The caliphate was becoming more than a successor to the prophet. It was becoming an empire. The Umayyad reached by the mid-7th century. The caliphate passed into the hands of a powerful family, the Umayyads. From their capital in Damascus, they ruled not as tribal elders, but as monarchs blending Arab identity with imperial ambition. Their reach was astonishing. In less than a century, the Umayyad Caliphate stretched from the Atlantic shores of Spain to the western edges of India. It became one of the largest empires in history, not just in scale, but in cohesion. Roads, tax systems, and postal routes linked distant provinces. Arabic was promoted as the language of administration, uniting a diverse empire under a single tongue. Coinage changed too. For the first time, Islamic coins bore no images of rulers, but inscriptions from the Quran. Gold dinars and silver dirhams circulated widely, symbols not only of trade, but of faith. This was not Rome or Persia reimagined. It was something new, an empire anchored in belief and Arabic identity, but with expansion came complexity. The Umayyads ruled over Muslims and non-Muslims alike, Arabs, Berbers, Persians, and many others. While Islam spread, conversion was not forced. Yet non-Muslims paid special taxes, and Arab Muslims often held more rights than others. This sense of hierarchy began to stir unrest. In cities like Kufa and Basra, voices rose in dissent. Many believed the Umayyads had grown distant, more concerned with palaces than prayer, with taxes than justice. The memory of earlier caliphs, simpler and more righteous, still lived in the minds of the faithful, and so, beneath the surface of Umayyad glory, discontent brewed. A different vision of leadership, more inclusive, more spiritual, was beginning to take shape. It would rise from the east in black banners and quiet promises. The Abbasid shift in 750, the Umayyads fell from the shadows of Persia. A new dynasty emerged, the Abbasids. They claimed descent from the Prophet's uncle, Abbas, and promised a return to moral rule. Supported by non-Arab Muslims and disaffected groups, they swept across the empire, toppling the Umayyads and reshaping the caliphate's center. Their capital was not Damascus, but Baghdad, a new city, planned and built near the Tigris River. It became more than a seat of power. It became a symbol. Baghdad was round by design, a city of symmetry and scholarship. At its heart stood the caliph's palace and the grand mosque, radiating influence outward like ripples in still water. Markets buzzed. Libraries rose. Gardens bloomed under desert sun. Under the Abbasids, the Islamic world entered a golden age of learning. Greek, Persian, and Indian texts were translated into Arabic. Mathematics, astronomy, and medicine flourished. Scholars debated science and philosophy beside Quranic law. Paper mills spread, allowing books to multiply. Knowledge became a currency as valuable as gold. This age was marked by tolerance too. Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians, and others found space in the Abbasid world, often contributing to its intellectual life. While Islam remained the core, the empire thrived on diversity. Art changed as well. Calligraphy became sacred. Geometry transformed into visual poetry. Architecture reached new heights, domes, minarets, and mosaics shimmering in the light. The Abbasids did not expand the empire's borders dramatically, but they deepened its soul. The caliph was still a symbol of unity, but real power often shifted between viziers, governors, and military leaders. The empire was no longer just ruled, it was administered, interpreted, and debated, and for a time it worked. Baghdad stood as the center of a world that looked both backward and forward to tradition and to discovery, fissures in faith, but even golden ages dimmed. By the 10th century, cracks in the Abbasid world began to widen. Regional leaders grew, independent, ruling in all but name. Dynasties like the Fatimids in Egypt and the Buyids in Persia carved out their own domains. The caliph in Baghdad remained a spiritual figure, but his authority no longer stretched without question sectarian. Divides deepened. The schism between Sunni and Shia Muslims rooted in disputes over succession after Muhammad became more pronounced. Politics sharpened doctrine. Belief became a battlefield. At the same time, external threats loomed. In 1258, the Mongols arrived, led by Hulagu Khan. They besieged Baghdad. The city that once housed 1,000,000 souls was overwhelmed. The Caliph was killed. Libraries were burned. Rivers ran black with ink and red with blood. It was not just a military defeat. It was a wound in memory, yet even in fragmentation. Something endured. The knowledge preserved in Arabic texts would later nourish Europe's own awakening. Concepts in algebra, chemistry, optics, and medicine passed through Andalusia and Sicily into Latin, shaping the Renaissance centuries later. The intellectual wealth of the Islamic world, born in Abbasid halls, did not vanish with empire. It traveled quietly, persistently like the stars once charted by its scholars, the Caliphate. As an empire faded, but its echoes remained in language, in architecture, in law and art, in the call to prayer that still rises from minarets around the world. The Crescent Empire was more than conquest. It was curiosity layered with belief. And though time scattered, its power, the questions it asked about knowledge, faith, and leadership still move in the winds. Chapter 6, The Qing Dynasty, the last imperial flame of China in the far reaches of northeastern Asia. Beyond the Great Wall's final stones, a new power stirred. These were the Manchus, nomadic warriors from the region of Manchuria. Organized, disciplined, and bound by deep codes of loyalty and kinship, they were outsiders to the Chinese heartland. But history, like wind across plains, does not pause for borders. In 1644, they crossed into China, not as invaders alone, but as rulers. In waiting, the Ming Dynasty, worn by years of corruption and rebellion, had crumbled. Its final emperor took his own life amid the fall of Beijing. And so, in the vacuum of power, the Manchus stepped in. They called their new dynasty the Qing, meaning clear, or pure, a symbol of renewal. But conquest was only the beginning. Tio ruled China was to inherit a world more ancient and vast than most empires had ever imagined. The Qing did not erase this history. They adapted. They wore the robes of the Ming. They bowed to Confucian rites. They upheld the scholar-bureaucrat class and the civil service exams. In time, they became not just rulers of China, but emperors of Chinese tradition, and yet they remained Manchu. Their own language, dress, and customs were preserved at court. Han Chinese men were required to wear the queue, the braided hairstyle of the Manchus, as a mark of loyalty. It was a symbol of unity, but also of submission. Over time, this balance between old and new, between foreign and native, would define the Qing. They expanded China's borders beyond any previous dynasty into Tibet, Xinjiang, and Mongolia, shaping much of what we now call China's map from their northern roots. The Qing lit the final imperial flame. A dynasty born of the steppe, but crowned with silk, order under heaven. The Qing saw themselves as guardians of harmony, rulers not just of a nation, but of a cosmic balance. To them, China was the middle kingdom, the center of the world. Resting beneath the mandate of heaven, their approach to governance was methodical, layered, and deeply Confucian. The emperor was seen as the son of heaven, his rule justified, as long as he maintained order and virtue. To manage such a vast realm, the king relied on a detailed bureaucracy. Governors, magistrates, and officials oversaw the provinces, guided by laws, traditions, and ritual. One of the king's most impressive achievements was the census. They conducted detailed counts of households, land, and labor, allowing for fairer tax systems and better resource planning. Agricultural handbooks were circulated. Canals and dikes were maintained. In many regions, peace and order prevailed under emperors like Kangxi and Qinlong. The king entered an age of brilliance. Art flourished: delicate porcelain, intricate embroidery, and scroll paintings of forests, scholars, and quiet rivers. Literature expanded. Philosophy was preserved. Grand encyclopedias were compiled, and the imperial libraries grew thick with wisdom. But all was not freedom. The same system that brought stability also controlled movement, expression, and life. Speech against the emperor was punishable by death. Books deemed subversive were burned. Dissent, even polite, was not tolerated. The order of heaven had a heavy cost. In the countryside, peasants toiled under rising tax burdens. Land grew scarce. Rich landlords prospered while many struggled in silence. The face of the empire, graceful, refined, often hid the weight that lay beneath. Still, to many, the king represented a world that worked, not fast or fair for all, but predictable. The seasons turned. The harvests came. The empire endured for a time. It seemed the last imperial flame might burn indefinitely. Trade, silver, and tea, but no wall, no ritual, no emperor's seal could keep the world out forever. As Europe awakened from its own dark centuries, it looked eastward with ships, silver, and curiosity. China held treasures the world craved: silk, porcelain, and above all, tea. British demand for tea surged in the 18th century, and silver flowed into China in exchange, yet China wanted little in return. It saw itself as self-sufficient. Foreign goods were few, and trade was tightly controlled through the port of Canton. Foreigners could come, but only briefly, and only under strict rules. This imbalance frustrated Western powers, especially Britain. And so they found a new export: opium. Grown in India, shipped into China, it was a poison masked as profit. As addiction spread across Chinese cities and villages, the king responded. Opium was banned. Stocks were seized. In 1839, Commissioner Lin Zexu destroyed massive quantities of the drug, writing fierce letters to Queen Victoria demanding an end. But Britain responded with war. The Opium Wars marked a brutal shift. British gunboats, modern and fast, overwhelmed Qing defenses. The Treaty of Nanking in 1842 forced China to cede Hong Kong, open new ports, and grant trade concessions. It was the first of many unequal treaties that chipped away at China's sovereignty. Silver drained. Prestige cracked. The king, once the center of a confident world, now faced humiliation on its own shores. Worse, the foreign presence only grew. France, Russia, the United States, and others followed Britain's path. They carved spheres of influence across China: railways, ports, and treaty zones where Chinese law no longer applied, the doors had not simply opened. They had been pushed wide and could no longer be closed. Decline and revolution, the damage ran deeper than ports and coins. As the 19th century faded, unrest spread within the empire. The Taiping Rebellion, one of the deadliest civil wars in human history, shook southern China for over a decade. A mix of Christian fervor and anti-king anger, it claimed millions of lives and left provinces in ruin. Later came the Boxer Rebellion, a desperate surge of violence aimed at foreigners and converts. It ended with more foreign troops, more humiliation, and more loss of control. By now, the king court was aging. Dowager Empress Cixi, a formidable figure, ruled through regents and intrigue. Reform flickered, then stalled. Calls for modernization were often smothered by fear of losing tradition, but change could not be stopped. New thinkers emerged: students, writers, generals. They spoke of republics, science, and nationalism. They dreamed of railways built by Chinese hands, of education beyond the classics, of a China that looked forward. In 1911, revolution came. It was not swift, but it was final. The Shanghai Revolution swept across the land. Provinces declared independence. The last emperor, a child named Pui, was forced to abdicate in 1912. The Qing dynasty, which had ruled for nearly 3 centuries, was no more. And not just a dynasty, but an era. Imperial China, its scrolls, rituals, dragon thrones, was now history. A republic was declared. Its future would be uncertain, often turbulent. But the past had finally yielded. Still, the king's legacy lingers. In porcelain vases, temple rooftops, and city walls. In the language, the art, the very idea of China itself. It was the last flame of an imperial world. And though the light dimmed, it did not disappear. Chapter 7. The Ottomans between East and West in the final glow of the medieval world. As old empires faded and new ambitions rose, a warrior tribe emerged from the rugged lands of Anatolia. Their banner was crescent-shaped, their roots tied to the remnants of the Seljuk Turks. They were not yet an empire, not yet a dynasty, but their name Ottoman would soon echo through centuries. The Ottoman state began modestly in the early 14th century. Osman I, its founder, led a small frontier principality on the edge of the crumbling Byzantine Empire. His warriors, known as Ghazis, fought not for plunder alone, but under the banner of faith and expansion. The land was fractured, but the Ottomans moved with quiet resolve, growing not in bursts, but in steady waves. By the time of Mehmed II, the vision had expanded. Constantinople, ancient, storied, and still proud behind its thick walls, became the prize. For over 1,000 years, it had stood as the capital of the Byzantine world, once the center of Eastern Christianity. But its walls were no longer impenetrable. Its treasury no longer full. In 1453, the Ottomans struck. Cannons roared across the Bosphorus. Troops surged at the gates. And on May 29th, Constantinople fell. It was more than conquest. It was transformation. Mehmed the Conqueror renamed the city Istanbul, yet honored its past. Churches became mosques. Markets filled again. The city that had been fading now breathed with new purpose. Istanbul was not erased, it was reborn. And the Ottomans, rising from the shadows of Byzantium, became something larger than a dynasty. They became a bridge between East and West, Islam and Christianity, tradition and change, the architecture of power with the city secure. The Ottomans turned to something deeper than conquest, permanence. Their empire grew not just by the sword, but by structure. Sultans ruled at the center, but the empire was held together by a wide web of administrators, scholars, judges, and artisans. Power was not only in the palace, it was in the rhythm of daily life. Data to the heart of this structure was Sharia law, complemented by imperial edicts known as Qanon. Together, they formed a legal system that shaped everything from land rights to marriage, taxation to crime. Justice was both sacred and strategic, and yet the Ottomans allowed difference. Non-Muslims, Christians, Jews, and others lived under the millet system, managing their own affairs in exchange for loyalty and taxes. It was not equality, but it was stability, rooted in tolerance and hierarchy. Visually, the Ottomans spoke through architecture. Great mosques rose across Istanbul, their domes floating like clouds, their minarets stretching like spears into the sky. The Blue Mosque, Eslamini, Hagia Sophia itself, now adorned with verses of the Quran. These were not just places of worship. They were statements. The empire's grandeur was not only in gold or land, but in design, order, and devotion. Bazaars buzzed with trade. Roads connected cities to countryside. Palaces whispered of opulence, but so too did the fountains, the baths, the courtyards where scholars debated philosophy and poets read aloud. This was an empire that moved with rhythm, its calendar marked by Ramadan and festivals, its streets swept with spices and call to prayer, its people divided by rank, but bound by shared routines. The Ottomans had created not only a realm, but a way of living, tension at the borders, but at the edges of empire. Peace was rarely still. The Ottomans sat at the crossroads of continents. To the east, Islamic lands stretched across Persia and beyond. To the west, Christian Europe loomed watchful, wary, and often hostile. This position between faiths, between empires defined much of Ottoman life. Wars with Europe were frequent. The Balkans became a battleground. Austria, Hungary, and Venice pushed and resisted. Yet the Ottomans did not merely fight, they negotiated, traded, and observed. Their military power was feared. The Janissaries, elite infantry drawn from Christian families through the Devshirme system, were trained with care, fiercely loyal, and deeply disciplined. They were not born into the empire, they were made by it. Naval power was also strong. The Ottomans ruled the eastern Mediterranean, clashing with European fleets over islands and trade routes. At times, their reach extended into North Africa, even threatening Spain. But conflict brought more than borders, it brought identity. The Ottomans saw themselves not only as rulers, but as guardians of the Islamic world. They claimed the caliphate, linking their throne to religious legitimacy. Yet they wore their faith with strategy. In diplomacy, they were flexible. In law, adaptive. Their court welcomed ambassadors from France, England, and elsewhere. Deals were struck. Cultures exchanged, tensions. Shaped creativity. In music, dress, food, and language, the Ottoman world became a blend, a mosaic of styles and symbols. Persian poetry met Turkish prose. Arab science flowed into Balkan schools. Eastern tiles met Western clocks. This balanced this constant negotiation. Between old and new, East and West was fragile, but powerful. The Ottomans stood at the edge of two worlds. And for centuries, they held that edge with grace and grit, the sick man in the shatter, but no empire, however intricate, escapes time. By the 18th century, the Ottomans began to wane. Slowly, unevenly, but unmistakably. European powers industrialized. New weapons, ships, and ideologies emerged. The Ottoman army, once elite, grew stagnant. The Janissaries resisted reform. Corruption crept into courts. Provinces pulled away in spirit, if not yet in law. Economically, the empire struggled. Trade routes shifted. Silver lost value. Debts piled high. Foreign influence crept in through advisors, loans, and railroads. The Ottomans still ruled, but often in name more than reality. In the 19th century, European diplomats began to refer to the Ottomans as the sick man of Europe. It was a term both cruel and true. The empire remained on the map, but its strength was sapped. Its limbs weakened. Reforms were attempted. The Tanzimat era sought modernization in law, education, and military. Schools were opened, constitutions written, railways laid, but reform met resistance. Old guards clung to tradition. Change moved too fast for some, too slow for others. Revolts flared. Nationalism surged in the Balkans. Greece broke free. Serbia, Romania, and Bulgaria followed. The empire that once stretched to Vienna now struggled to hold its own borders. Then came the First World War. Alliances were made, some out of strategy, others desperation. The Ottomans sided with Germany. The war was brutal. In its shadow, tragedies unfolded: mass displacements, internal strife, and lasting scars. In 1918, the empire lay in ruins. 4 years later, in 1922, the Ottoman Sultanate was formally abolished. The Caliphate, once the spiritual anchor of the Muslim world, ended shortly after. In its place rose the Republic of Turkey, modern, secular, and led by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. The old palaces remained. The mosques still stood. But the world they had ruled was gone. The Ottomans had lasted over 600 years. Longer than Rome. Longer than Byzantium. They had crossed continents, languages, and centuries. They were the empire between empires. The bridge between the past and what would come next. And though their flame has dimmed, their shadow still lingers in domes, in dishes, in names, in stories told softly, just before sleep. Chapter 8. The Spanish Empire Gold, God and Glory. In 1492, the waves whispered a new chapter, a fleet of 3 small ships, led by an Italian sailor under the Spanish crown, set sail westward into an ocean many feared had no end. Christopher Columbus, backed by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, did not find a new route to Asia. But what he discovered changed the world. The voyage was meant to bring spices and trade. Instead, it opened a floodgate. Spain, newly unified after centuries of war with the Moors, turned its gaze outward. The Reconquista was over. The New World had begun. In the years that followed, Spanish explorers, called conquistadors, crossed the Atlantic in search of wealth, faith, and fame. They did not come as settlers. They came as conquerors. Their swords were sharp, but sharper still were their intentions. The Americas were not unknown. They were full of civilizations, languages, and stories. But to Spain, they were terra incognita. Lands to be claimed and remade. From the Caribbean islands, expeditions launched further inland. Explorers mapped coastlines, built forts, and sent word home of riches beyond imagination. Gold gleamed in rivers. Silver shone in hills. And behind it, all was a drive not only to rule, but to redeem. The Spanish crown declared these lands under its protection. Treaties with the Pope divided the globe between Spain and Portugal, as though continents could be shared like bread. The mission was clear: conquer for country and convert for God. Thus began the Spanish Empire across oceans, across centuries. Its sails carried more than cargo. They carried conquest, faith, ambition, and the seeds of deep and lasting change. Inca and Aztec twilight at the heart of the Americas stood two empires ancient, organized, and powerful. The Aztecs in central Mexico ruled from Tenochtitlan, a city of canals, temples, and markets. The Incas in South America stretched from the high Andes across thousands of miles, joined by roads and stone cities. Both would fall within a single generation. In 1519, Hearn and Cortes arrived on the shores of Mexico. With a small force, he marched inland, forming alliances with local peoples who resented Aztec rule. The Aztecs, led by Emperor Montezuma, were unsure of the strangers foreign in dress, mounted on animals they had never seen. Myths blurred with reality. Diplomacy met deceit. Cortes entered Tenochtitlan. Then violence followed. By 1521, the city had fallen, devastated by siege, betrayal, and smallpox, an invisible invader deadlier than steel. A civilization that had taken centuries to build unraveled in months. A decade later, in the mountains of Peru, Francisco Pizarro met the Inca Emperor Atahualpa. The Incas, too, had been weakened by civil war and disease. At Cajamarca, the Spanish ambushed and captured Atahualpa, despite his attempts at peace. Even a room filled with gold could not save him. By 1533, the Inca Empire collapsed. What followed was not just conquest, but transformation. Temples became churches. Cities were rebuilt in European style. The land was divided into encomiendas estates worked by indigenous labor, often under brutal conditions. Silver mines, especially in Potos, became the beating heart of the empire. Mountains were hollowed out. Indigenous workers toiled in dark. Shafts fueling the Spanish economy with endless streams of silver. The old gods fell. New ones were imposed. But even in this twilight, the memory of the Inca and Aztec worlds endured in language, in stone, in quiet traditions that refused to die. The Catholic crowned Spain's empire was not just a military machine. It was a mission from the beginning. The Spanish monarchy linked its expansion to the Catholic faith. Conquest was painted as salvation. The cross marched with the sword. Missionaries accompanied soldiers. Friars walked alongside captains. Churches were built as fast as forts. The goal was to convert souls, to turn indigenous peoples into Christian subjects, reshaped in both spirit and behavior. This was not a gentle process. Baptism was often forced. Indigenous rituals were banned. Sacred objects were burned. The Spanish Inquisition, active in the empire, sought to root out heresy even among those newly converted. The fear of spiritual impurity ran deep. Accusations could lead to trials, torture, and death, but the story is not only of violence. Some missionaries protected indigenous people, arguing for their humanity, their rights, their dignity. Figures like Bartolomé de las Casas spoke out against abuses, urging the crown to see the cost of its policies. Still, the system remained. The encomienda and later repartimiento placed indigenous labor under Spanish control. African slaves were imported as the native population declined, millions lost to war, disease, and despair. Faith filled the empire. It shaped its laws, its language, its art. Cathedrals rose across the Americas, towering, ornate, echoing with hymns that spoke of heaven while earth was still cruel. For Spain, Catholicism was identity. It unified the homeland, guided expansion, and sanctified authority. To be Spanish was to be Catholic, and to rule meant to convert. This union of crown and church gave the empire strength, but it also gave it blind spots. From greatness to ghost for a time, Spain stood at the center of the world. Its galleons crossed the Atlantic and the Pacific. Its silver-funded palaces, paintings, and wars. Its monarchs ruled lands across Europe and beyond. The sun, it was said, never set on its empire, but wealth is not always stability. As silver poured in, inflation rose. Local industries declined. Wars against England, France, the Dutch drained the treasury. The Spanish Armada, once feared, fell to ruin. The empire grew thin, stretched across oceans, vulnerable to storms both natural and political. In the Americas, unrest simmered. Independence movements sparked in the 18th and 19th centuries, first whispers, then fire. Enlightenment ideas reached colonial elites. Revolutions in the United States and France showed new paths. The colonies began to ask, if we are born here, why are we ruled from there? By the early 1800s, the cracks became collapse. Simon Bolivar, Jose de San Martin, and others led armies against Spanish rule. Country by country, the empire unraveled. Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Peru all declared independence. By the 1832, Spain's vast overseas holdings had vanished. Save for a few islands, what remained was not empire, but echo. Spanish became the language of millions. Cities bore Spanish names. Catholicism remained rooted in culture. The architecture, the laws, the stories all lingered, even as the flag was lowered. The Spanish Empire had faded. But its impact did not dot IT-shaped continents, changed maps, altered lives, and while its glory has turned to ghost, the legacy remains written in stone and skin, in memories both proud and painful. Chapter 9. The French and Portuguese empires rivals at sea. France did not chase empire for gold alone. It pursued something more abstract, an empire of language, of culture, of influence. While others mapped the world in silver and spice, France sought to paint it in ideals. The French colonial journey began in earnest in the 17th century. On the eastern coast of North America, they carved out New France, an expanse of forests, rivers, and quiet outposts. From Quebec to Louisiana, French explorers and missionaries followed the waterways, claiming land not with armies, but with treaties and trade. In these regions, French became more than a spoken tongue. It was a worldview. The fur trade flourished, alliances were formed with indigenous tribes, and the Jesuits taught faith in the shadows of pine trees. France's colonies often moved with a gentler rhythm, though not without cost. Native lands were altered, and traditions reshaped. In the Caribbean, the tempo was different. On islands like Saint Domingue, now Haiti, sugar ruled, and with it came slavery. French plantations were vast, brutal, and profitable. Enslaved Africans worked fields under a burning sun, their labor building wealth an ocean away. In Africa and Asia, France expanded again. Algeria, colonized in the 1830s, became a cornerstone of French identity. In Southeast Asia, the empire grew across Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, later known as French Indochina. Here, France imposed not just rule, but refinement. Streets echoed with French names. Baguettes filled bakery windows. Bureaucrats wore white linen suits beneath palm trees. The idea of the mission civilisatrice, the civilizing mission, drove much of France's imperial policy. It was not just about control, but about transformation. To be French, they believed, was to be elevated. And so, in schools and courts, French law, literature, and philosophy replaced local knowledge, but beneath this elegance, there was always tension. A dream of unity built on domination. The empire looked outward with confidence, but would one day find itself out of step with the world it claimed to enlighten. Portugal's quiet strength, Portugal, small in size, loomed large in the age of exploration. Before France imagined an empire, Portugal had already mapped the winds. In the early 1400s, Prince Henry the Navigator looked west and south not for glory, but for understanding. His patronage launched expeditions down Africa's coast, seeking new paths to riches once bound by land. Portuguese sailors, bold and patient, rounded the Cape of Good Hope. In 1498, Vasco da Gama reached India, opening a maritime door that would reshape trade forever. Spices flowed, and with them the Portuguese flag, and like land empires, Portugal built a string of coastal strongholds, fortified ports, rather than vast territories. From Goa in India to Malacca in Malaysia, from Mozambique to Macau, Portuguese established outposts of exchange. Their presence was lean but enduring. Brazil, however, was different. Claimed in 1500, it became Portugal's crown jewel. Forests stretched endlessly. Rivers cut deep into the land. And within this vast space, the Portuguese laid down roots. Sugar plantations dominated the coastline. Enslaved Africans were shipped in by the hundreds of thousands to work the fields. The Atlantic trade triangle, Europe, Africa, and the Americas grew richer and darker. Portuguese became the voice of empire in Brazil, in Angola, in Cape Verde. But Portugal's imperial hand was often lighter than others, not from mercy, but from limitation. With fewer soldiers and settlers, they relied on alliances and adaptation. They married locals. They absorbed customs. They traded when they could not conquer. This quiet flexibility kept the empire alive longer than most, while others crumbled. Quickly, Portugal remained in its colonies into the late 20th century. Its strength was not in thunder, but in tenacity, colonies of culture and conflict from Lisbon to Paris. The dream of empire was always dressed in pride. But in the places they ruled, the story was more tangled, woven from threads of beauty. Oppression, resistance, and memory. In North Africa, France remade cities with boulevards and fountains, yet ruled the countryside with rifles and fear. In Algeria, millions lived under French control, but without French rights. They were subjects, not citizens. Their culture was labeled backwards. Their faith a threat. In Vietnam, France introduced railways and schools, but demanded rice and rubber in return. Locals were taught to admire French poets while their own voices were silenced. Behind the architecture and croissants was a deep imbalance between those who ruled and those who endured. Portugal, too, left its mark. In Angola and Mozambique, churches rose beside palm trees. Markets sold both goods and faith. Portuguese was spoken in town squares where local tongues had lived for generations. But schools were few. Hospitals, fewer. Resources flowed out, not in. In Brazil, the blend was deep. Portuguese language took root. Catholicism shaped towns and rituals. African rhythms merged with European melody, creating culture both rich and painful. The empire faded, but the fusion remained. Both France and Portugal created places of extraordinary complexity, where streets bore foreign names, but hearts beat with native fire. In music, food, language, and belief, these empires left fingerprints. Not always heavy, but never fully erased, and in each, resistance lived. In Algeria, rebellion grew in whispers and then in war. In Vietnam, anti-colonial movements rose with pens and with guns. In Angola and Mozambique, fighters dreamed of freedom in mountain camps. For every statue raised, there was a voice that refused to be silenced. For every anthem sung in French or Portuguese, a poem endured in a native tongue. The story of these empires is not only conquest, it is contradiction. And it lingers still, unraveling in the 20th century. Empires do not always collapse in a single moment. Sometimes they fray. In the 20th century, the world shifted. Two global wars exhausted Europe. Soldiers from colonies fought and died on foreign fields. only to return home to inequality. New ideas spread nationalism, socialism, human rights. The age of empire began to dim. France felt the unraveling in waves. After World War II, it struggled to hold its colonies. In Indochina, the First Indochina War ended in defeat at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. The empire's eastern wing was lost. Then came Algeria, the Algerian War for independence, brutal, drawn out, and deeply divisive, tore at the soul of France. Torture, civilian massacres, and political crisis at home led to its end in 1962. France left, but not cleanly. The pain of that departure still echoes today. Portugal's end was slower. By the 1960s, Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau were still under its rule, an empire stubbornly holding on while others let go. Wars broke out. Independence movements clashed with Portuguese forces. For over a decade, violence and repression ruled. Then, in 1974, a peaceful revolution in Lisbon, the Carnation Revolution, changed everything. The new government ended the colonial wars. One by one, the colonies gained freedom. The empire, centuries old, was no more, and yet, even in absence, the empires remained. French and Portuguese are still spoken across continents. Cathedrals built by colonizers still stand. Recipes passed down from imperial kitchens live in family meals. But so do the wounds. Displacement, inequality, the long shadows of control. Today, France and Portugal are democracies. Their pasts are debated, remembered, and reinterpreted. Statues are questioned. Stories retold, and across the globe, the former colonies walk forward, some with pride, some with pain, but all with history etched into their foundations, because empires may fade, but their echoes still speak. Chapter 10. The Russian Empire and the Soviet Union Empire in disguise. Russia's story is not one of sudden flames, but of steady frost of expansion that moved like winter itself, slow, creeping, an unyielding dot. In the 16th century, a young ruler named Ivan IV took the title of Tsar, claiming not just political power, but divine right. History would remember him as Ivan the Terrible. His reign began with reform and centralization, but turned quickly toward terror. Cities were razed. Nobles fell under suspicion. Yet even amid fear, the empire grew. Eastward, it pushed across the Ural Mountains and into the vast Siberian wilderness. Russia became a land of rivers and ice, forests and isolation, stitched together not by convenience, but by command. The state did not follow geography, it imposed itself upon it. Peter the Great took this logic further. In the 18th century, he built a new capital street, Petersburg, on a swamp near the Baltic Sea. He dragged Russia toward the west, forcing nobles into European fashion, sending emissaries to learn shipbuilding and science. Under his rule, Russia did not just grow, it changed shape. Then came Catherine the Great, a German princess turned Russian empress. She expanded the empire into Crimea, Poland, and beyond. Her court glimmered with enlightenment, but her rule was firm. Serfs remained bound to land. Dissent was watched. The idea of the autocrat ruler as center of both law and life was solidified. By the 19th century, the Russian Empire was immense. It touched the Pacific and shadowed the Arctic. From Central Asia to the borders of Europe, its reach rivaled any in history. But its vastness came at a cost. Railways lagged behind. Peasants toiled. The court gleamed, but hunger echoed through. The countryside, still the Tsar's ambition endured. It was not just about land, it was about legacy. To be Russian under the empire was to believe in something permanent, something cold, vast, and unwavering, orthodoxy and autocracy for Russia. Empire was not just built with armies. It was built with belief, Orthodox Christianity, rooted in Byzantine tradition, shaped Russian life for centuries. Churches with onion-shaped domes dotted the landscape, their bells echoing through snow-covered towns. The Tsar, in this worldview, was more than a monarch. He was God's chosen on earth. Church and state were entwined, not in theory, but in rhythm. Religion offered unity across the empire's scattered lands. It provided ritual, meaning, and control. From birth to burial, the church was present, whispering a cosmic purpose to everyday hardship. Alongside faith stood fear. Russia's terrain, its cold, its distance bred suspicion. The secret police became an institution. Letters were opened. Thoughts were watched. The empire ruled not only land, but mind. Autocracy, the idea of rule without sharing, was defended as necessity. Parliamentary ideas flickered, but rarely took hold. Power passed through dynasties, guarded by tradition and force, yet beneath the surface, pressure built. The serfs, millions bound to estates, sought relief. In 1861, they were formally freed, but little changed. Poverty persisted. Cities swelled with workers. Strikes grew. The middle class, small but vocal, questioned the throne. Revolutionaries whispered in corners and pamphlets. Still, the empire endured. The Romanovs, Russia's ruling dynasty, ruled with ceremony and certainty. Nicholas II, the last Tsar, clung to the old ways even as the ground beneath him shifted. Orthodoxy and autocracy had created a fortress, but it was one with cracks, and by the early 20th century, those cracks began to split wide open. Revolution. Reborn in 1917, winter gave way not to spring, but to revolution. Russia, exhausted by World War I, could no longer bear its weight. Soldiers starved. Civilians froze. The Tsar, distant and indecisive, lost the faith of his people. In February, protests surged in Petrograd. The army joined the crowds. The monarchy fell. Nicholas II abdicated. The Romanov dynasty, centuries old, ended not with fanfare, but with a signature. A provisional government tried to hold the center. It promised reform, elections, and peace. But it was too late. The storm had already gathered. In October, the Bolsheviks struck, led by Vladimir Lenin. They seized power in a swift, almost bloodless coup. But what followed was not peace. It was transformation, radical, total, and uncompromising. The Russian Empire did not vanish. It was reborn as something new. The Soviet Union, the Tsar's throne, was replaced by party headquarters. Gold icons gave way to red flags. The Orthodox Church, once sacred, was pushed underground. In its place came a new faith, communism. Not of heaven, but of history, the revolution declared itself scientific. A future ruled by workers, not kings. Land was seized. Factories nationalized. Enemies were silenced. The Soviet state moved fast, reshaping identity with slogans, schools, and steel. Lenin died in 1924. His successor, Joseph Stalin, turned the revolution into regime. Collectivization swept the countryside. Millions died in famines. The Gulag system imprisoned dissent. Cities grew, but fear deepened, and yet, even amid terror, the Soviet Union became a global power. It defeated Nazi Germany, sent satellites into space, and stood toe-to-toe with the United States. What had begun as a rebellion became an empire, again different in symbol, but similar in scope. Tanks now enforced what crowns once commanded. The Russian Empire had fallen, but its shadow still ruled, a cold end by the late 20th century. The Soviet Union stretched from Berlin to Vladivostok. It held republics, satellites, and influence across continents. Its red star stood against capitalism, promising equality through control, but inside, the foundation weakened, the economy stalled. Central planning faltered. Corruption grew. People waited in lines for bread, for soap, for a future that never arrived. The weight of the system, once praised for stability, became a burden. In the 1980s, Mikhail Gorbachev rose with new words: glasnost and perestroika, openness and restructuring. He aimed to save the Soviet Union by reforming it. But the walls he loosened could not hold. Eastern Europe began to slip away. Poland elected a new path. The Berlin Wall fell in 1989. Across the Soviet republics, independence movements surged. Latvia, Georgia, Ukraine. The map rewrote itself. In August 1991, a coup attempt failed. In December, the Soviet Union dissolved. There was no war. No last stand, just silence. Flags changed. Borders shifted. A superpower disappeared not with explosion, but with exhaustion. The Soviet collapse was not just a political event. It was emotional for millions. It meant lost identity, lost certainty. The promise of progress dissolved into hardship. Economies crashed. Jobs vanished. Lines reappeared, this time for survival, not hope for others. It meant liberation. A breath of freedom long denied. New voices. New choices, and so the Russian Empire ended twice, once in 1917 with revolution, and again in 1991 with resignation. Both times, it left behind something more than memory. It left behind weight of culture, of scars, of dreams, and as snow still falls across the Russian plains, the past whispers in the cold air, not gone. Not fully, but quiet for now. Chapter 11. The Mongol Empire, marble and might. The wind that swept across Central Asia carried more than dust, it carried memory. The memory of Genghis Khan, of lightning on horseback, of empires born from open plains and sharp resolve. It also carried the legacy of Tamerlane, the brutal tactician who carved kingdoms from ruins. And from this bloodline, in the early 16th century, came Babur. He was born in 1483, a prince of modest means but immense ancestry. His roots traced to the steppes of Mongolia and the courts of Samarkand. As a young warrior, he dreamed not of survival, but of glory. And for Babur, that path led south to India. In 1526, at the Battle of Panipat, Babur faced the Sultan of Delhi. His army was smaller, but his tactics were sharper, his artillery unmatched. The cannons roared, the cavalry swept, and the Sultanate collapsed. Babur entered Delhi not just as a conqueror, but as a founder. Thus, the Mongol Empire began not with slow growth, but with decisive arrival. But Babur was not a brute. He was a poet, a lover of gardens, a man who admired symmetry and fragrance. His memoirs speak of birdsong and architecture, of longing and lineage. He did not come to destroy, but to plant something lasting. The early Mughals were outsiders, but they did not remain so. They brought Persian language, Timurid aesthetics, and Central Asian order, but they bent these elements toward India's soil. They did not erase what they found. They reshaped it, and over time, the empire began to bloom not just with conquest, but with culture. Akbar's golden reign, it was under Akbar the Great, Babur's grandson, that the Mughal Empire truly came into its own rising, not only in size, but in spirit. Akbar inherited the throne as a teenager in 1556. What followed was one of the most remarkable reigns in world history. He expanded the empire across the subcontinent, but his genius was not in warfare alone, it was in understanding. Akbar saw that force could build borders, but only wisdom could hold them. India was diverse religiously, culturally, linguistically. Rather than crush this complexity, Akbar embraced it. He ended the jizya, a tax on non-Muslims. He welcomed Hindus into his court, married into Rajput families, and held debates between scholars of all faiths. In his palace at Fatehpur Sikri, he built the Ibadat Khana, a house of worship for thought itself. He created a new bureaucracy, rooted in merit. He reformed land revenue, systematized taxation, and cataloged resources with careful precision. His governance was deeply centralized, yet strikingly inclusive. The emperor sat at the center, but his empire pulsed with participation, and the arts flourished. Akbar loved miniature paintings, delicate and vivid. He supported literature, music, and architecture. His palaces were not just fortresses, they were stories in stone. Red sandstone shimmered under northern skies. Gardens bloomed in geometries. Even war elephants were adorned with gold. Under Akbar, the Mughal Empire became more than a kingdom. It became a model of governance, of pluralism, of grandeur. He did not build a perfect empire, but he built a breathing one, rich in color, layered in complexity, and held together by a vision of unity beyond blood. Taj Mahal and turmoil. After Akbar came Jahangir. Then Shah Jahan, the emperor who would leave behind one of the most iconic monuments the world has ever known, The Taj Mahal, built in memory of his beloved wife, Mumtaz Mahal, who died giving birth to their 14th child. The mausoleum was more than stone. It was sorrow given form, a promise carved in white marble. Its dome floats above the Yamuna River like a dream held in stillness. Its symmetry so precise, its gardens so serene, that it almost seems to breathe, but beneath the beauty, the cost was immense. Tens of thousands labored for over 2 decades. Wealth was drained from an empire already growing weary. As Shah Jahan built the Taj, unrest grew. His son, Aurangzeb, would rise not with art, but with austerity. A devout Muslim, Aurangzeb reversed many of Akbar's policies of tolerance. The jizya was reinstated. Temples were destroyed. Hindu nobles were alienated. His reign expanded the empire to its largest territorial reach, but it came at the price of unity. Rebellions stirred across the empire. The Marathas in the Deccan, the Sikhs in the north, the Rajputs pulled away. Even within the court, trust eroded. While the Mughal court remained magnificent, its walls gilded, its music refined, the pulse beneath began to falter. Trade with Europe increased, but control over distant provinces weakened what had been. A garden of rule began to dry at the edges, and so, even as the Taj Mahal gleamed in moonlight, the empire's foundation, once broad and inclusive, started to fracture under weight. It could no longer bear. British eclipsed. The end of the Mughal Empire did not come with fire and invasion. It came with contracts, with company stamps, with ledgers. In the early 1600s, the British East India Company arrived not as a conqueror, but as a guest. They sought spices, silks, and permission to trade. The Mughals granted them access to ports and allowed them to build small outposts. Calcutta, Bombay, Madras. At first, the British paid tribute. They bowed to emperors, but slowly, subtly, they built fortifications, recruited armies, played politics. As the Mughal court turned inward, the company looked outward with ambition masked in politeness. By the mid-1700s, after the death of Aurangzeb, the empire had splintered. The emperor still sat on a throne in Delhi, but real power had drifted to regional nawabs, to Maratha leaders, to foreign interests. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was a quiet turning point. The British defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a mix of military force and betrayal. From there, their control spread not through royal edicts, but through treaties, taxes, and trade monopolies. By the 1800s, the company governed vast swaths of India. The Mughal emperor remained as a symbol, respected, but powerless. Then, in 1857, came the Great Rebellion. Indian soldiers called sepoys rose up against the British. The revolt was fierce, but ultimately suppressed. In response, the British Crown abolished the East India Company and assumed direct rule. In 1858, the British Raj was born. The last Mughal emperor, Bahadur Shah Zafar, was exiled to Burma. His court dissolved. His poetry faded into memory. The Marble Empire had not fallen in battle, but in silence, overtaken not by invaders, but by accountants, by traders who became rulers And so, the Mongol Empire, once the richest in the world, ended not with collapse, but with replacement, yet its legacy endures in domes and gardens, in art and cuisine, in language, music, and memory.it was an empire of both might and marble, and though its rulers are gone, the beauty that left behind still stands quiet and enduring beneath a sky that once knew their names. Chapter 12. The Achaemenid Persians, builders of roads and rules in the dry cradle of the Iranian plateau, beneath a sun that burned golden across mountain ridges and valleys of dust. A new power once rose not with cruelty, but with calm. His name was Cyrus. Cyrus the Great, founder of the Achaemenid Empire, was unlike the conquerors that had come before him. Born in the 6th century BC, he began as the ruler of a modest Persian tribe. Yet his vision stretched far beyond the narrow scope of hills and blood feuds. He believed an empire could rise not only through force, but through fairness. His conquests came quickly. First, the Median Empire fell under his banner, then the mighty kingdom of Lydia with its famed golden riches. And finally, the gates of Babylon opened not shattered by war, but by surrender when Cyrus entered Babylon in 539 BCE. He did not burn it. He did not sack its temples or enslave its people. Instead, he issued a decree. The captives taken by previous kings were free to return to their homes. Among them were the Jews of Babylonian exile. Cyrus let them go, gave them protection, let them rebuild their temple in Jerusalem. His approach to rule was revolutionary for its time. Local customs, religions, and languages were respected. Governors called satraps were appointed to manage each region, allowing autonomy while keeping loyalty to the central throne. Cyrus was no pacifist. His armies were efficient, his campaigns brutal when resisted. But where others ruled with terror, he offered structure. And where others demanded worship, he offered tolerance. Upon his death, the empire stretched from the Aegean Sea to the Indus River. Yet Cyrus did not call himself king of one people. He was king of the four corners of the world, and he ruled. Not with an iron fist, but with an open hand. An empire of highways to govern a realm so vast, spanning deserts, mountains, rivers, and cities older than memory. Cyrus and his successors needed more than armies. They needed movement, and so the Achaemenid Empire built roads. The greatest of them all was the Royal Road, stretching over 1,500 miles. It ran from Susa in the heart of Persia to Sardis on the western edge of Anatolia. It carved across the empire like a lifeline linking cities, markets, and palaces. Relay stations were placed at regular intervals. Fresh horses waited for couriers. Messages that once took months could now cross the empire in days. Herodotus, the Greek historian, would later write, "Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor darkness of night prevents these couriers from completing their appointed course." Words that would echo into the modern world, but these were not just postal roads. They were arteries of empire. Through them flowed tax and tribute, law and order, culture and command. Soldiers could be deployed swiftly. Goods could move easily. Ideas carved into tablets or whispered across fires could travel farther than ever before, the road allowed not just control, but cohesion. A merchant in Egypt could send goods to Bactria. A scribe in Babylon could correspond with a satrap. In Armenia, trade blossomed. Languages mingled. Coinage standardized, and alongside these physical networks came laws codified, consistent and clear. The empire did not merely conquer. It organized. It structured. It gave shape to what had once been fragmented. The road, like the empire it served, was a symbol, not just of power, but of permanence. Darius and Xerxes, after Cyrus's death, the throne passed through turmoil briefly held by his son Cambyses. Then seized by Darius, a distant cousin with ambition and resolve, Darius I, often called Darius the Great, was not a founder, but he was a builder. He took the scattered brilliance of Cyrus's creation and carved it into permanence. He solidified the satrap system, introduced regular taxation, and minted golden coins derricks that bore his face and flowed through markets from the Nile to the Hindu Kush. He commissioned canals, granaries, and palaces. He codified law and enforced it with method, not madness, but above all, Darius built Persepolis, set against the Zagros Mountains. Persepolis was not a fortress. It was a statement. Wide staircases, towering columns, and bas-reliefs depicted tribute-bearers. From every corner of the empire, each figure rendered with care, each culture honored in detail. It was the empire in stone. Darius ruled with logic, but he also dreamed of conquest. He pushed east into India and west toward Europe. His army reached Thrace. But his greatest challenge came from a smaller, restless peninsula. Greece. In 490 BCE, Darius sent an expedition across the Aegean. But at Marathon, the Greeks held firm. The Persian defeat echoed louder than its scale. Darius died before he could avenge it. His son, Xerxes, took up the mantle. In 480 BCE, with bridges built across the Hellespont and supply lines stretching. For weeks, Xerxes launched one of the largest invasions in ancient history. The battles of Thermopylae and Salamis followed, moments that would be mythologized for centuries. The Greeks called it a defense of freedom. For Persia, it was continuity. The attempt to bring order to a land of defiance, Xerxes failed to conquer Greece. And though his reign continued with opulence and administration, a slow turning had begun. The empire was still mighty, still vast. But now it was also watched by a young prince rising in the west. The shadow of Alexander, a century past, Persia endured. It managed its borders, quelled revolts, and maintained its roads. But the center softened. Kings grew more remote. Courts filled with ceremony. Provinces whispered of independence, and then came Alexander, a Macedonian prince, taught by Aristotle, trained by war, and guided by vision. In 330 for BCE, he crossed into Asia Minor with a modest army and an unshakable ambition to defeat Persia. To claim its throne, the Persian king at the time, Darius III, faced him with larger forces, grander resources. But Alexander moved with speed, precision, and charisma. At Issus, at Gaugamela, the Greeks overcame odds. Cities opened their gates. Satraps switched sides. Darius fled, then fell. Alexander marched into Persepolis, the great city of stone and tribute. For a moment, he stood in awe. Then, in a night of drunken fire, or perhaps calculated message, Persepolis burned. It was not just a city that turned to ash. It was the symbol of an empire, but Persia did not disappear. Alexander adopted its customs, married its women, wore its dress. He tried to merge worlds Greek and Persian. His vision was unity, but death came early. He died at 32, and his empire splintered. The Achaemenid dynasty was gone, but its echoes lived on. In art, in language, in the idea that rule could be both broad and benevolent, in the concept of empire as not only force, but form. The Persians had built something. Greater than a kingdom, they had built a template. Chapter 13. Alexander's Empire, a flash of fire in the soft light of a Macedonian morning. A boy once listened to the wind through the trees, not with the ears of a child, but with the mind of a ruler. His name was Alexander. And before he became a conqueror, he became a student. His tutor was Aristotle, the greatest philosopher of his age. Under his guidance, Alexander did not study war alone. He studied ethics, logic, literature, geography, and myth. He read Homer's Iliad not as a story, but as a guide modeling himself after Achilles, the brilliant but doomed hero. He learned of the stars of foreign lands, of the fragile tension between fate and free will. His father, King Philip II of Macedon, was a soldier statesman. He saw in his son both a tool and a legacy. Alexander watched Philip tame the unruly Greek city-states, unite them under Macedonian rule, and prepare for a campaign eastward toward Persia, toward the largest empire the world had ever known. But Philip never made the journey. He was assassinated in 336 BCE, and at just 20 years old, Alexander became king. He was no longer just a student. He was a flame ready to leap, and he would leap farther than anyone had imagined. The eastward storm. Alexander did not wait to be challenged. He crossed the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separates Europe from Asia, with a modest army and an enormous ambition. His target was Persia. At the time, the Achaemenid Empire stretched from the Aegean Sea to the Indus River. It was vast, rich, and powerful, but it had grown soft. Its bureaucracy was slow, its unity fraying. Alexander struck with speed. At the Battle of Granicus, he won his first major victory. Then came Issus, where he defeated King Darius III and scattered the Persian royal court. He marched south to Egypt, where he was welcomed not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. There, in the sand between river and sea, he founded a city, Alexandria, one of many that would bear his name. Then he turned east again, toward the heart of Persia. At Gaugamela, in 331 BCE, Alexander faced Darius in one of the most decisive battles of the ancient world. The Persian army outnumbered his, but strategy triumphed over scale. The Persian lines broke. Darius fled. The empire was shattered, but Alexander was not done. He pursued Darius deep into the east. into lands of mountain and mystery. When Darius was murdered by his own men, Alexander wept not for a rival, but for a king who had deserved a better. And he then moved into Central Asia, taming rebellions and building cities. His army, wearied but loyal, followed him into the unknown. He crossed the Hindu Kush and reached the Indus Valley. At the edge of India, he fought one last great battle against King Porus, who commanded elephants and fought with immense courage, Alexander. Won, but the victory was hollow. His men, exhausted and homesick, refused to go farther, and so he turned back. The eastward storm had passed, but its wake would reshape the world. The Hellenic blend Alexander did not seek only to conquer. He sought to connect wherever he went. He planted the seeds of something new. Cities were founded not just for military control, but as centers of culture, trade, and administration. These cities followed Greek models, grid layouts, agoras, temples to gods of Olympus. But they were not merely Greek. They were blended. Local customs were respected. In Persia, he adopted elements of royal dress and ceremony. In Bactria, he married Roxana, a local noble woman. He encouraged his officers to take local wives. He envisioned a new elite, neither Greek nor Asian, but both. This vision was radical. In a world defined by identity and origin, Alexander imagined a fusion. He brought Greek sculptors to the east, Persian scribes into his court. He studied Zoroastrianism, built temples to Egyptian deities, and consulted Indian sages. Greek became the common tongue. But its words carried stories from Babylon, spices from India, and symbols from Egypt. Art, religion, and science flowed along the roads he carved. This Hellenistic blend, the fusion of Greek and Eastern cultures, would outlive Alexander. It shaped philosophy, architecture, mathematics, and medicine. It influenced Jewish texts, Christian thought, and Islamic science. It was not a perfect harmony. There were tensions, resistance, and contradictions. But it marked a new chapter in human history, one where East and West were no longer strangers, one where cultures met not only in battle, but in dialogue, dying young, living forever. In 323 BCE, Alexander returned to Babylon. He was 32. His empire stretched from the shores of Greece to the banks of the Indus. He ruled over lands and peoples no single man had ever united. Yet he was not done dreaming. He planned new conquests, Arabia, perhaps even Rome. He planned new cities, new ports, new networks. He wanted to merge armies, mix peoples, build temples that reached skyward. He envisioned a world shaped by order, not origin, and then he fell ill. Some say it was fever, others poison, still others exhaustion beyond repair. Over days, he grew weak. Speech slowed. Breath faded when asked to whom he left his empire. He is said to have whispered, "To the strongest," and then he died. The world reeled without a clear air. His generals, known as the Diadochi, divided the empire among themselves. Wars followed. Alliances broke. The unified vision collapsed. But the fragments became powerful states. Egypt under the Ptolemies, Syria under the Seleucids. Macedonia under Antigonid rule. Alexander's empire did not endure, but his influence did. The Greek language became the medium of science, governance, and art. Alexandria in Egypt became the greatest center of learning in the ancient world. Greek philosophy shaped Roman law. Buddhist sculpture in India took on Hellenistic forms. The Gospel would later be written in Greek. Alexander changed the course of rivers, of trade, of culture. He was a man of contradiction, brilliant and brutal, compassionate and prideful. He died young, but he lived in legend for thousands of years. Generals would study his campaigns. Writers would tell his stories. Cities would echo his name, and though the empire was brief, a flash of fire across the map, it lit a world that had never seen its like before. Chapter 14. Forgotten Empires Echoes in Stone. Some empires vanish not with war, but with quiet erosion. Their stories are not always told in great novels or towering statues, but in fragments carved into broken pillars, painted into forgotten scrolls, woven into the rhythms of language, law, and legacy. The Seleucids were born from the broken pieces of Alexander's empire. When the great conqueror died, his generals split his world among themselves. Seleucus claimed the eastern territories from the Mediterranean to the edges of India. His rule became the Seleucid Empire. Greek culture flourished in distant lands. Cities like Antioch and Cilicia were built with Hellenic order and adorned with Eastern color. Trade pulls through their streets. But the Seleucids stretched too far. Borders frayed. The Parthians rose. Slowly, the empire dissolved not in one battle, but in the drift of time. The Sassanids followed centuries later. They revived Persian identity in a world still reeling from Rome's shadow. From the 3rd to 7th centuries CE, the Sassanid Empire ruled much of the Middle East with precision and grandeur. Their cities were structured, their roads vast, their palaces rich in design. They built fire temples to Zoroastrian gods, codified legal systems, and engaged in art that shimmered with gold and symbol. Their wars with Rome and Byzantium were long and fierce, but they held firm. For a time, they were equals, rival civilizations straining against one another. Then came the Arab conquests. The Sassanids fell, and Islam rose. But their memory lingered in architecture, in philosophy, in court etiquette passed on to the Abbasids. Far to the east, the Song dynasty of China carried a different flame. It was not an empire of conquest, but of innovation. From 960 to 1279 CE, the Song rulers governed a world rich in poetry, technology, and order. They invented paper money. They refined printing. Their painters captured mountains in ink. Their astronomers charted stars with mathematical grace. Confucian ideals were reshaped into a civil service so precise it became a model for centuries. But like so many, the Song were vulnerable to the force of horses and hunger. The Mongols came. Cities fell. Yet the Song's spirit endured through brushstrokes, through books, through bureaucracies still studied today. These were not empires of noise, but of nuance. Their power may have passed, but their presence still hums beneath our maps, within. Our codes, behind the curtains of the modern world, Inca roads, Aztec temples across the oceans, in the highlands and valleys of South America. Another kind of empire lived shaped not by writing or wheel, but by stone and sky. The Inca Empire, at its height in the 15th century, stretched along the spine of the Andes. From modern-day Colombia to Chile, it held together mountains, jungles, and coastlines. But it did so not through conquest alone. It did so through connection. The Incas built roads, thousands of miles of them, paved and precise, climbing cliffs and descending into valleys. Suspension bridges of woven grass hung across rivers. Runners carried messages from city to city swift. As birds, silent as memory, their capital, Cusco, was more than a city. It was the center of a world. Radiating roads linked it to distant lands, all converging like threads in a tapestry. Architecture mirrored the mountains. Stone walls fit so perfectly together that not even a knife blade could pass between the seams, and then Machu Picchu, an emerald crown set among clouds. Its purpose remains debated. Was it a royal retreat? A sacred sanctuary? A celestial observatory? No one knows for sure. But its stones still stand, whispering of a people who mapped time with stars and governed life with ritual dot in the north. In the heart of what is now Mexico rose another empire, the Aztecs, their capital. Tenochtitlan was a city of wonder built on a lake with canals like streets and temples that kissed the sky. At its center stood the Templo Mayor, where rituals connected heaven and earth. The city sparkled with turquoise and obsidian, its markets bustling, its courts organized. The Aztecs tracked the movements of Venus. They practiced medicine with herbs that modern science would later rediscover. They composed poetry, carved calendars, and honored gods with both devotion and fear. But like the Incas, they fell quickly. Spanish steel and disease swept through their cities. Temples were torn down. Roads were forgotten. Yet something remains in language, in food, in the beat of. A festival drum echoes. Not ruins, but rhythms. Not silence, but survival. Japan's Tokugawa silence. Not all empires expand. Some contract carefully, deliberately. Some choose stillness over spread. In 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu unified Japan after years of civil war. He did not seek to conquer new lands. He sought to tame the one he ruled. What followed was over 2 centuries of peace. The Tokugawa shogunate governed from Edo, now Tokyo, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, a quiet symbol of continuity. The Tokugawa rulers imposed strict social order. Samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants each had their place. Mobility was limited. Change was slowed. Christianity was banned. Foreign contact restricted. The country closed its doors, not completely, but enough to silence outside noise. Yet inside, life flourished. Art took on stillness and grace. Haiku poetry captured the vast in the tiny. Ukiyo-e woodblock prints depicted moments of fleeting beauty, cherry blossoms. Kabuki actors, courtesans beneath parasols. Architecture became quiet and elegant. Tatami mats and sliding doors. Gardens of gravel and stone. Tea ceremonies reduced. the world to a cup and a gesture, and the samurai, once warriors, became bureaucrats. Their swords remained, but their battles were fought with ink and law. This stillness was not without strain. Inequality grew. The merchant class gained wealth, but not status. Peasants bore the tax burden. And beyond the seas, the world changed. In 1853, American ships arrived in Edo Bay. Black hulls, steaming and silent, demanding trade. The old order could not hold. The Tokugawa era ended not with war, but with reopening. Yet, for over 250 years, Japan had shown that an empire could be built not through expansion, but through inward refinement. Not through conquest, but through curation. Its silence was its strength, and its echoes are found in brushstroke, in shrine, in the steady rhythm of ritual. What we forget still echoes history, often moves with volume. It celebrates the loud, the victories, the cathedrals, the explosions of empire that redraw borders and change calendars. But some of the most powerful legacies are quiet. They linger in customs we no longer trace, in words whose roots we do not know. In city walls now hidden beneath modern streets, empires like the Sassanids or the Song do not always make it into school books. The Incas and Aztecs are too often reduced to their fall, not their brilliance. The Tokugawa, remembered for their closure, are less often praised for their cultural clarity, but all left something behind: a system of roads, a vision of law, a poem, a recipe, a ritual, a way of seeing time, space, self. These forgotten empires shaped continents. They dreamed in stone, in structure, in silence. Even when their palaces crumbled, their voices did not vanish. They folded into the present, quietly persistent. We walk streets they paved. We speak languages they softened. We inherit their contradictions, and so, even in forgetfulness, something remains, because empire is not just about conquest or collapse. It is about the long shadows that stretch past memory into art, into belief, into breath, and in the hush between chapters. When the world is still, those echoes return, soft, steady, unseen, but always there. Chapter 15. The Byzantine Empire, the empire that refused to die. When the Western Roman Empire fell in 476 AD, it marked the end of an age for Europe. Barbarians had entered Rome. The Eternal City was no longer the heart of the world. But east of Italy, across the Aegean Sea, and into the sunlit shores of Anatolia, the Roman flame still burned steady, golden, and proud. This eastern half of the empire had long been the quieter sibling. It spoke Greek instead of Latin. Its streets echoed with Orthodox hymns rather than Latin chants. Its emperors ruled from Constantinople, not Rome, from halls lined with gold leaf and guarded by layered walls that no siege had ever cracked. And so, while the Western Empire collapsed into fragments, Byzantium endured. It was Rome reborn and reimagined, not just a survivor, but a guardian of the old world. It held tight to Roman law and structure. Civil codes were rewritten, clarified, and taught in courts and schools. Justinian, one of its most legendary emperors, compiled the laws into a grand system that would shape legal thought for centuries to come. But Byzantium was not just a relic. It was alive, evolving. While Europe struggled through chaos, the Eastern Empire became a haven of scholars, scribes, and saints. Trade routes pulsed through its markets. Its churches rang with sermons in Greek, and its palaces shimmered in the light of candlelit mosaics. This was a world where emperors wore silk robes and the cross stood taller than the sword. Byzantium lasted nearly 1,000 years beyond Rome's fall, a bridge between ancient order and medieval ambition. It did not just preserve civilization. It carried it forward, one quiet century at a time. Walls of Constantinople at the heart of the Byzantine world stood Constantinople, a city of stone and spirit, wrapped in mystery and might. It was not merely a capital. It was a symbol, a beacon on the Bosporus where Europe met Asia, and where the East met the West. The city's walls were its spine, 3 layers deep in places, thick with limestone and brick. They were an engineering marvel. Siege after siege came from Persians, Arabs, and Slavs, and each time the walls held firm. They were more than defenses. They were legends. Within the walls lay wonders. The Hagia Sophia, a cathedral like no other, stood, crowned with a massive dome that seemed to float. Inside, its ceilings glittered with golden mosaics that caught light like stars caught in stone. Pillars rose into silence, and prayers filled the echoing air. Byzantine emperors walked marble halls beneath painted ceilings. Each believed he ruled by divine will, a chosen leader beneath heaven's eye. The empire was not just a political state. It was a sacred idea. Its emperor was a guardian of faith, a protector of the true church, and a living link between heaven and earth. Constantinople itself was laid out like a vision. Marketplaces bustled. Scholars debated beneath archways. Priests moved in solemn processions through candlelit streets. The smell of incense clung to the stones. The chants of monks rolled down alleyways like distant thunder. For centuries, Constantinople stood as the jewel of the world. Its walls were not just stone, they were time itself, resisting change, guarding memory. As long as the city stood, the empire could not truly fall. Orthodoxy and icons. Byzantium was more than law and walls. It was belief, wrapped in ritual, shaped by art. It did not merely inherit Christianity from Rome. It transformed it. In Byzantine hands, faith became a spectacle of sound, color, and motion. Incense floated in great cathedrals. Choirs sang in haunting harmonies. Candles lined marble floors, flickering in rhythm with prayers whispered in ancient Greek. Religion here was not just heard, it was seen and felt, and nothing captured it more than the icon. These were not just paintings. They were portals, holy, windows into heaven. A single image of Mary or Christ could stir devotion, inspire fasting, or silence a courtroom. Icons adorned walls, stood in corners, and hung in private homes. People kissed them, wept before them, lit candles beneath them. Some believed they wept back, but icons were not always welcome. In the 8th and 9th centuries, fierce debates swept the empire. Should images of the divine be banned? Were they sacred? Or were they idols? Emperors and priests took sides. Icons were destroyed, then restored. Entire generations lived through these tensions, torn between the visible and the invisible, between what could be pictured and what should only be imagined eventually. The defenders of icons prevailed. Orthodoxy, as it came to be called, embraced image and ritual as central to faith. This shaped Christianity in the East forever. Churches became galleries of belief. Services became long, symbolic performances. Theology was not just written, it was painted in gold, sung in choirs, carved into altar screens. Byzantium's version of Christianity would travel far, to Russia, to the Balkans, to distant corners where the Latin cross had never ruled. Its legacy still lives on in Orthodox churches across the world, where candles flicker beneath ancient eyes and prayers rise like incense into domed ceilings. The long goodbye. No empire lasts forever, not even one so guarded by walls and faith. And for Byzantium, the end came slowly, painfully. Like a song with too many verses, it faded into dusk over centuries. Enemies gathered, some expected, some unthinkable. Crusaders from the West, who had once marched to save Christian lands, turned instead on Constantinople. In 1204, they broke the city's defenses, looted its churches, and left behind scars that never fully healed. The empire stumbled after that, weakened, divided, a shadow of itself, and still it endured. Piece by piece, decade by decade. Even as lands were lost and enemies grew bold, the Byzantine spirit remained. A smaller empire, a humbler capital. But still it breathed. Then came the Ottomans. A rising power from the east, strong, disciplined, and determined. They marched with purpose, circling the last breath of Byzantium. Constantinople, once untouchable, now stood nearly a lone dot. In 1453, the end arrived. The walls that had held for 1,000 years trembled. Cannons roared. The sky filled with fire and cries. After a long siege, the Ottomans broke through. The Emperor Constantine Shi fought until the end, disappearing into legend as the last true Roman. The Hagia Sophia fell silent. Crosses came down. Crescent moons rose. The empire was gone, but not its memory died in the minds of historians, in the rituals of the Orthodox Church, in the structure of modern law and art and architecture. Byzantium still echoes. Its fall was not the end of an empire, but the closing of a chapter in the story of civilization, and like all great stories, it is remembered softly, quietly, in domes and prayers, in stone and silence. Chapter 16. The Holy Roman Empire, a crown without a kingdom. The Holy Roman Empire was born not from bloodlines or battles, but from a longing to reclaim what had been lost. When Charlemagne was crowned by the Pope on Christmas Day in the year 800, he was not merely given a crown. He was given a dream, the dream of Rome reborn, but this Rome was different. It was not seated in marble halls or on 7 hills. It lived in the imagination, wrapped in robes of Christian faith and medieval power. Charlemagne's empire stretched across much of Western Europe, and yet it always looked backward toward the vanished glory of ancient Rome and upward toward divine approval, The crowning was symbolic, powerful, and heavy with hope. Here stood a king who claimed to be Caesar and Christ's protector in one. A Roman emperor, not born in Rome, ruling over lands that had never known the Senate, but bound together by belief. Yet the dream was fragile. After Charlemagne's death, his empire fractured. His grandsons divided it. Borders shifted like sand in the wind, and still the title endured. Holy Roman Emperor remained a name to be claimed not for what it ruled, but for what it represented. It was never truly Roman. It was not very holy, and it was far from a unified empire. But it was an idea, one that outlived Charlemagne, carried forward by kings and popes who each tried, in their own way, to breathe life back into a world that had vanished. What followed was not a golden age, but a long, shimmering mirage, a crown without a kingdom. A ghost that refused to fade, a tangle of princes. To understand the Holy Roman Empire is to step into a forest of flags, each one waving for a different prince, a different bishop, a different city-state or duchy. It was not one empire. It was hundreds of small sovereignties, loosely tied together under a title that suggested more unity than it ever held. There were prince-electors who chose the emperor, powerful noble families with lands and armies of their own. There were archbishops with spiritual sway and political clout, free imperial cities bustling with trade and governed by councils. Dukes ruled alpine valleys. Margraves guarded borderlands. Counts and barons managed feudal domains, all while claiming loyalty to a crown they barely answered to. The emperor, at the center of it all, ruled by persuasion more than command. He was not an absolute monarch. He negotiated. He promised. He balanced interests like a juggler keeping glass in the air. His authority came not from domination, but from election, a rare and fragile arrangement in a world of inherited thrones. This patchwork made the empire both resilient and brittle. It survived because no one power controlled everything, which meant no single failure could bring it down. But it also meant chaos. Conflicts simmered. Alliances shifted. Unity was a song everyone sang but few understood. And yet, for centuries, this strange arrangement endured. It offered protection from invaders. It nurtured art and scholarship. Cities like Nuremberg and Mainz flourished. Cathedrals rose. Printing presses churned out ideas that would shape the future. It was messy, complicated, beautiful in its imperfection. The Holy Roman Empire was not a monolith. It was a mosaic, each piece flawed, but together forming a picture of medieval Europe trying to hold itself together. Church and crown power in the Holy Roman Empire did not always ride on horseback. It walked in procession. It knelt in chapels. It spoke in Latin and bore a cross. The emperor and the pope were supposed to be allies, one ruling the body, the other the soul. But often they were rivals. Their battles weren't always fought on battlefields. Sometimes they unfolded in letters, in councils, in ceremonies charged with quiet defiance. One of the most dramatic moments came in the 11th century during the investiture controversy. It was a question that seemed simple. Who had the right to appoint bishops, the emperor or the pope? But behind it lay a deeper tension. Who was higher, the earthly crown or the heavenly church? Emperor Henry IV claimed the right to name his own bishops. Pope Gregory VII said no. The argument exploded. Henry was excommunicated, cut off from the church, from sacraments, from salvation. In a world where faith was the bridge to eternity. This was not just political. It was personal, and then a scene that would echo through history. The emperor crossing the Alps in winter, barefoot in the snow, to stand before the Pope at Canossa. For 3 days, he waited outside seeking forgiveness. It was both a humiliation and a masterpiece of public theater. Forgiveness was granted. Power shifted. But the struggle continued throughout the centuries. Emperors and popes danced this delicate waltz, sometimes in step, often in discord. The church crowned emperors, yet feared their ambition. Emperors defended the church, yet challenged its control. This tension defined the empire. It was holy and imperial, but never entirely at peace with either, fading into philosophy by the 18th century. The Holy Roman Empire was a faded tapestry still hanging, but threadbare in places. It no longer shaped Europe's destiny. It drifted, more memory than muscle, more ceremony than strength. Napoleon Bonaparte's rise made the illusion unsustainable. His armies cut through old boundaries. His reforms swept away the medieval clutter. In 1806, after more than 1,000 years, the Holy Roman Empire quietly ended. Emperor Francis II laid down the crown. There was no great battle, no last stand. Just a letter, a title surrendered, and a page turned, but the empire did not vanish completely. It lingered in ideas. Philosophers like Hegel reflected on it as the stage where history played out its grand themes. Historians debated its meaning, its shape, its very reality. Was it an empire at all, or simply a dream shared across centuries? Its legacy survived in the laws of German lands, in university traditions, in town councils and Gothic spires. The idea of a united German identity, once fragmented under so many crowns, would one day rise again, shaped by both the failures and the fantasies of the Holy Roman past. It had lasted 1,000 years. Not because it conquered, but because it represented something persistent, the desire for order amidst division, for unity without uniformity. The Holy Roman Empire may have ended softly, but it whispered long into the modern age. Its crown may be gone, its borders erased. But in the quiet between pages of history, its spirit still flickers, a reminder that sometimes the most enduring empires are those built not of stone, but of story. Chapter 17. The Maurya and Gupta Empires, the mind of ancient India. In the dusty dawn of ancient India, as Alexander the Great turned his armies eastward, and the world held its breath, a different story was beginning, quieter, deeper, and rooted in the soil of the subcontinent. It began not with a clash of swords, but with a whisper of ambition. Chandragupta Maurya, a young man with sharp eyes and sharper purpose, would become the founder of India's first great empire. His rise came at a time when northern India was a patchwork of warring states and local kingdoms. Alexander had reached the Indus, and though he did not stay, his presence stirred the land like a passing storm. Chandragupta, guided by the brilliant advisor Chanakya, saw what others did not, that India could be united not only by force, but by vision. Through a careful mix of diplomacy, military strength, and strategy, he carved out the Mauryan Empire. From the foothills of the Himalayas to the edge of the Bay of Bengal, his rule stretched across rivers, forests, and mountain paths. This was not just expansion. It was organization. The Mauryan Empire built roads, managed taxes, and developed a centralized government unlike anything the land had seen before. Spies gathered information. Markets were regulated. Armies were disciplined. Provinces were watched. It was a state born from intelligence as much as power. Pataliputra, the capital, became a symbol of this rise, a city of scholars, guards, scribes, and merchants, where ideas flowed like the Ganges. And while Alexander's empire fractured in the west, India stood under a banner of its own, one that did not borrow foreign symbols, but created something distinctly Indian. The Mauryan Empire marked the beginning of a long conversation, one where kings and thinkers would shape not just lands, but lives. Ashoka's awakening from the roots planted by Chandragupta grew a tree vast and complex. And at its center, like a light filtering through leaves, stood Ashoka. Ashoka, the great grandson of Chandragupta, began his reign as a conqueror. In the early years of his rule, he led his armies to Kalinga, a kingdom by the sea. The war was brutal. Bodies filled the fields. The rivers ran red. And when the victory was his, Ashoka looked upon the carnage, and something inside him broke. In that silence after the battle, he did not feel triumph. He felt sorrow. It was a turning point not only for a man, but for an empire. Ashoka turned to Buddhism, a path of compassion, wisdom, and non-violence. He did not abandon his throne, but he changed its purpose. Power, he realized, did not have to come from fear. It could come from moral strength, from kindness, from clarity of thought. He began to rule through what he called Dhamma, a principle of ethical living, respect for all life, and harmony among religions. He planted trees along highways, built rest houses, dug wells, sent envoys of peace instead of soldiers. His messages, inscribed on stone pillars and cave walls across the subcontinent, still speak softly today. These edicts, written in Prakrit and carved in scripts that stretch across India, were not declarations of war, but declarations of heart. They asked people to treat each other gently, to listen, to grow. Ashoka's transformation became the soul of the Mauryan Empire. Under him, it reached its greatest height, not only in land, but in thought. His embrace of Buddhism helped carry its teachings beyond India to Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, and later across the mountains into China. He ruled not as a god, king, or tyrant, but as a man who had once caused suffering and now sought to ease it. His legacy was not in conquest, but in conscience, and in the stone that still stands in quiet forests and hilltops. His voice remains, Gupta's golden touch. Centuries passed. The Mauryan Empire faded. India returned to its regional kingdoms and local powers. But in the 4th century, a new light began to glow, gentle at first, then golden. The Gupta Empire rose not through sweeping conquest, but through steady alliance and capable rule. And what it brought was not just stability, but brilliance. This was a time when thought blossomed. In mathematics, scholars gave the world something profoundly simple, yet revolutionary: the concept of zero, a number that represented nothing, yet opened infinite doors. It was more than a symbol. It was a shift in understanding, a cornerstone. Of the numeric systems used around the world today, astronomers studied the stars, calculating planetary motion with surprising accuracy. Aryabhata, one of the Gupta-era minds, suggested that the Earth rotated on its axis and that eclipses had natural causes. He looked to the sky not with myth, but with method. Medicine, too, advanced. Texts described surgeries, herbal remedies, and healing techniques. Ayurveda flourished a holistic approach to health that treated the body and spirit as partners. Doctors spoke of balance, of breath, of pulse. Sanskrit literature reached poetic heights. Kalidasa, often called India's Shakespeare, composed plays and epics that painted emotions with elegance. His works, like Shakuntala, blended romance with philosophy, nature with narrative. These were stories not just of people, but of life's deeper patterns. Education was not hoarded. It was shared. Universities like Nalanda welcomed students from across Asia. Here, monks debated, scholars wrote, and scrolls lined long wooden shelves. It was a center of learning, open, curious, peaceful. The Gupta rulers encouraged this culture. They were not only warriors or administrators. They were patrons of the mind. They protected temples, funded schools, and celebrated festivals that brought people together in joy and reflection. This golden age was not about empire in the usual sense. It was not defined by war. It was defined by wisdom, empires of the mind. When we look to the past, we often look for crowns and battles. But sometimes the deepest empires are not built on blood or bronze. They are built on thought, the Maurya. And Gupta periods may not fill as many Western textbooks. Their maps may not stretch as far as Rome or China. But in the quiet pages of science, philosophy, and art, their influence still glows. Zero, the invisible number, gave rise to the computers we now hold in our hands. Ancient surgery laid paths for modern medicine. The rhythms of Sanskrit poetry still beat in Indian literature and song. Buddhist compassion, once shaped by Ashoka's grief, still flows through temples across the world. These were empires that respected balance between logic and beauty, between nature and spirit, between duty and reflection. Their legacies are not ruins to visit. They are lenses through which we still see dot in a world that often moves fast and forgets slowly. The Maurya and Gupta empires remind us of another way where rulers could pause, think, and choose peace. Where knowledge was currency. Where the stars were not just distant lights, but questions waiting for answers. And though their banners no longer fly, their wisdom lingers in the numbers we write, the cures we seek, and the kindness we aspire. 2. The mind of ancient India did not conquer the world with armies. It touched it with understanding. Chapter 18. The Japanese Empire. Silence, then thunder, long before the word empire echoed across the islands of Japan. Power whispered through forests, across rice fields, and into mountain strongholds. This was not an empire of palaces or golden crowns. It was an empire of discipline, of silence and steel, ruled by warriors, not kings. For centuries, Japan was shaped by its samurai. They were not just fighters. They were men of code, of strict ritual, of an honor so sharp it could cut deeper than any blade. Their loyalty was pledged not to an emperor, but to their lords, the daimyos, who carved the land into fiefs and guarded their borders like ancient foxes watching over their dens. At the top of this delicate order stood the shogun, a military leader with more power than the emperor himself. While the emperor sat cloaked in tradition, often silent in Kyoto's wooden halls, it was the shogun who truly ruled. He moved armies. He shaped policy. He kept the daimyos in line. Like stones in a careful garden, this feudal system brought stability, but it came with tension. Peace was fragile, and loyalty was absolute. Disputes could erupt over honor alone. Duels happened in silence, under falling cherry blossoms. Betrayal was often met with ritual death, seppuku, a final act of control over one's destiny. The samurai worldview was not built for conquest overseas. It looked inward. It prized discipline, reflection, and the stillness of mind. Poetry and calligraphy sat beside the sword. Gardens were designed with the same precision as battle plans. Art was not separate from power, it was a mirror of it, and so Japan remained mostly closed to the outside world. For centuries, it turned away from the global winds of empire, choosing its own rhythm, its own path. But silence does not last forever. The Meiji spark in the mid-19th century. The quiet, cracked, black ships appeared on the horizon foreign. Vessels with steam and steel, flying flags unfamiliar to the Japanese coast. In 1853, American Commodore Matthew Perry arrived, demanding trade, demanding change. And though the shogunate tried to resist, the world had come knocking. What followed was not a collapse. It was a transformation, swift, deliberate, and stunning. In 1868, the Meiji Restoration began. Power returned to the emperor, now a figure of modern rule rather than ancient tradition. The old samurai order was dissolved. Feudal domains were replaced with prefectures. The sword gave way to the rifle. And the country, once cautious and closed, opened itself to the world. But on its own terms, Western clothing appeared beside kimono. Trains ran through lands once walked by messengers. Factories rose where rice paddies once stood alone. Japan learned from Europe's machines, its laws, even its schools, but never lost its own soul. In Tokyo, new ministries planned for railroads and shipyards. Children studied in classrooms modeled after Prussian systems. Engineers were sent abroad. Scientists returned home. And the Navy, once a coastal defense force, became a fleet ready for far seas. This spark, the Meiji spark, was not just about modernization. It was about identity. Japan did not want to be colonized. It wanted to be respected. And to be respected in the age of empires, one had to become an empire. The transformation was not perfect. It brought tension between old values and new ambitions. But it was decisive. In just a few decades, Japan leapt from isolation into global competition. The silence of centuries gave way to the hum of factories, the march of soldiers, and the rising voice of a nation ready to define itself on the world stage, empire by iron and sea. By the early 20th century, Japan had changed the rising sun no longer marked only the beginning of a day. It became the symbol of an empire, one that reached across seas, climbed into mountains, and planted flags far from home. It began with Korea. In 1910, after years of influence and pressure, Japan formally annexed the peninsula. Railways were built. Cities were reshaped. Korean culture was suppressed in favor of Japanese language and customs. Resistance grew. So did Japan's resolve. Then came Manchuria, vast, cold, rich in resources. In the 1930s, Japan seized it and created a puppet state called Manchukuo. This was empire by modern means: railways to move coal, factories to process war goods, military police to maintain control. Cities became hubs of industry, and Japan's flag flew over lands that had once seemed unreachable. War became more than defense, it became doctrine. Soldiers were trained not just to fight, but to die with honor. Nationalism pulsed through classrooms and newspapers. The idea of Japan as the rightful leader of Asia began to shape policy, planning, and everyday life. The empire expanded further. Taiwan, the Philippines, parts of Southeast Asia. And with each step, Japan justified its actions as liberation, freeing Asia from Western rule. But behind that language lay occupation, forced labor, and brutality. The military grew confident. Generals made decisions that once belonged to civilians. The emperor remained sacred but distant, and the people, taught to serve, followed. Some proudly, others in silence. By the time World War II erupted in the Pacific, Japan had built an empire of iron and sea. It stretched across thousands of miles. It commanded millions of lives. And it believed deeply in its mission. But belief, like empire, can be brittle. Ashes and aftermath. The end came not with a slow unraveling, but with fire. The Pacific War pushed Japan to its limits. Battles in island jungles. Bombings that lit cities like paper lanterns. And finally, in August 1945, the unimaginable 2 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In the aftermath, Tokyo smoldered. Millions were dead. The emperor's voice, heard for the first time by the public, surrendered to the world. Japan's imperial dream had ended. Its cities were rubble. Its military disbanded. Its government occupied by foreign forces. The land that once stood proud and defiant now stood still. But from that silence rose something unexpected. Japan rebuilt not with swords or steel ships, but with discipline, education, and art. The factories that once made weapons began making radios, then cars, then computers. Schools taught not conquest, but creativity. Animation studios told stories that reached hearts across the planet. The world once feared became fascinated. In a few short decades, Japan became a different kind of empire, not of war, but of wonder. Its culture spread through screens and shelves. Sushi became global. Cherry blossoms drew tourists. Its technology led the way. And no longer feared. Japan was admired. And the ghosts of its past did not disappear, but they became part of a story more honest, more complex. The silence had returned, but now it was peaceful. Chapter 19. The Fatimid Caliphate, the Empire of Light and Knowledge, in the western sands of North Africa, under skies that turned gold at dusk, a different kind of empire began to rise. It was not born from sword alone, but from thought. Not only from ambition, but from belief. This was the Fatimid Caliphate, a new dawn, shaped by vision and shaped by faith. In the 10th century, as the Islamic world stretched from Spain to Persia, most power remained under Sunni rule. But in Tunisia, a movement stirred, one rooted in Shia Islam, specifically the Ismaili branch. To them, leadership was not only about governance. It was spiritual. The rightful leader, or imam, was not just a ruler, but a guide to hidden knowledge, to divine understanding. The Fatimids claimed descent from Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad, a lineage both sacred and symbolic. With this spiritual authority, they established a rival caliphate. And unlike the Abbasids in Baghdad, they did not just want power over land. They wanted to reshape the world through ideas. From the beginning, the Fatimids placed learning at the heart of their empire. They encouraged philosophy, science, and exploration of the mind. Theirs was an empire that believed revelation and reason could walk hand in hand, that truth was not fragile, but something to be pursued, questioned, and understood. This made them different. While other powers built empires of might, the Fatimids focused on meaning. Their sermons were filled with metaphor. Their libraries held texts from every faith. Their rulers encouraged debate, not silence, and as the Fatimid caliphs looked east toward the great cities of the Islamic world, they prepared to build something of their own, a beacon of thought, art, and wisdom that would glow from the heart. Of Egypt, Cairo's foundation in the year 969, the Fatimid army marched into Egypt. The transition was swift, but its impact would be timeless. They founded a new city just northeast of Fustat, Egypt's earlier capital. They called it El-Qahira, the victorious. In time, the world would know it as Cairo, but this city was not simply a capital. It was a statement, a declaration of intent. The Fatimids wanted to create a center, not just of administration, but of culture. A city where ideas would flourish, where scholars would walk beside soldiers, and where the sky would reflect the light of learning below. At the center of Cairo, they built Al-Azhar Mosque, its name meaning the resplendent. It began as a place of worship, but it soon grew into something greater, a university, one of the oldest still in existence. Here, theology was taught beside astronomy. Law was discussed beside logic. Students came not only from across the Islamic world, but from distant lands seeking knowledge. The Fatimids expanded Cairo with care. They constructed palaces adorned with calligraphy and gardens filled with fragrance. Observatories were built for stargazers. Libraries housed thousands of manuscripts carefully copied by hand. Markets bustled with goods, but also with conversation. Ideas flowed through the streets like fresh water from the Nile. Astronomers studied planetary motion. Physicians wrote treatises that would be translated into Latin centuries later. Legal scholars debated ethics with nuance and rigor. The Fatimids welcomed intellect wherever it came from, whether from ancient Greece, Persia, or their own scriptural tradition. Cairo under the Fatimids was not just a city. It was a vessel for light, crafted to reflect both divine inspiration and human discovery. Tolerance in a torn world, the medieval world, was not known for religious peace. Across continents, communities divided by belief often met with suspicion, conflict, or worse. But in the Fatimid Empire, something unusual took shape, a kind of coexistence that, while never perfect, offered a rare and meaningful harmony. The Fatimids ruled as Shia Muslims in a majority Sunni region. They could have imposed their doctrine strictly, but they chose another path. They permitted Sunnis to worship freely. Their judges heard cases from multiple traditions. Their libraries included texts from all corners of faith: Islamic, Christian, Jewish, even ancient pagan works. Cairo became a gathering place of minds. Jewish philosophers, like the young Maimonides, would later walk the very streets the Fatimids paved. Christian scholars studied geometry and medicine in the same halls as Muslim students. Translators worked across languages, preserving Greek, Persian, and Indian knowledge in Arabic script and passing it onward. This spirit of openness was not just policy. It was woven into the philosophy of the empire itself. The Fatimids believed that truth was too vast to be seen from one angle. That understanding required dialogue, not dominance. In Al-Azhar, lectures were open to diverse interpretations. Debates unfolded respectfully. Teachers taught students to listen, even when they disagreed. This atmosphere did not erase differences, but it created space where differences did not automatically mean danger. The Fatimid caliphs, too, practiced this balance. They protected churches and synagogues. They appointed non-Muslims to administrative positions. They recognized that stability was not born from force, but from fairness. In a time when the world often burned in the name of belief, the Fatimids offered a soft, persistent glow, showing that learning and faith, reason and tolerance could live side by side. The quiet eclipse. No empire lasts forever. And for all its brilliance, the Fatimid Caliphate would not escape the tides of time. The cracks began from within. Succession disputes weakened the line of imams. Regional governors gained power and grew distant from the center. In North Africa and the Levant, local leaders began to carve away at Fatimid authority. Externally, pressures mounted. The Crusades arrived from Europe, sweeping across the eastern Mediterranean with fervor and fire. The Sunni Abbasids in Baghdad continued to challenge the Fatimid claim to legitimacy, and rival dynasties like the Seljuks and later the Ayyubids rose with sharper swords and stricter agendas. By the 12th century, the Fatimids had lost much of their outer territory. Egypt remained their core, but even here, power slipped into the hands of viziers and military commanders. The final Fatimid Caliph, Al-Adid, ruled in name only. And in 1171, when he died, the curtain closed quietly. And oh, great battle! No last stand. Just a transition. Saladin, the famous Sunni leader, took control of Cairo and reconnected Egypt with the Abbasid Caliphate. Al-Azhar continued, but its orientation shifted. The palaces stood, but their halls grew quieter. The libraries endured, but their curators changed, and yet, even as the political empire faded, its cultural legacy remained. The spirit of inquiry, the architecture of tolerance, the value placed on reason, these continued to echo through Cairo, through Egypt, through the Islamic world, and beyond. Even today, Al-Azhar remains a symbol of learning. The streets of Cairo still carry the memory of Fatimid stone. The empire may have dimmed, but its light was never entirely lost. Chapter 20. Why we remember empires. Empires are remembered in stone and in silence, in towering monuments and in the quiet cries that never made it into books. They left behind not only walls and roads, but wounds. Not only palaces, but prisons. The history of empire is the history of contradiction. Each one promised order, progress, unity. They built aqueducts, libraries, and temples. They gave cities names, linked faraway lands with roads, and wrote laws that would echo for centuries. And yet, for every marble column raised, 100 hands were worked to the bone. For every gold-draped throne, there were chains beneath the floorboards. The pyramids of Egypt rise with timeless grace, but they were built by thousands laboring in heat and dust. The Colosseum in Rome still stands, a marvel of engineering, but its stones have known the roar of crowds and the last breaths of the condemned. The Great Wall winds through China's mountains, but it is also a monument to those buried beneath. Every empire rose with a dream, but dreams, once real, demand a price. The British painted their maps in red and spoke of civilization, but took resources and lives with quiet efficiency. The Mongols connected continents, opened trade routes, and brought terror in equal measure. The Ottomans, the Russians, the Aztecs, the French, the Romans, they all believed deeply in the right to rule, but belief is not the same as truth. And so, when we remember empires, we remember a contradiction. We walk through ruins that awe us, and we must also remember those who were erased to make room for them. We admire mosaics and manuscripts, but we should also listen for voices that were silenced in the process. Empires built, and they burned. And both are part of the legacy they leave behind, symbols that still speak long after an empire fades. Its shadows stay behind. They settle in corners we rarely notice on coins, on street signs, in the shapes of our buildings, and the rhythms of our days. In cities across the world, architecture still tells imperial stories. Columns like those in ancient Greece, domes borrowed from Byzantium, arches that once framed the power of Rome now adorn capitals built centuries later. In every stone laid in a grid, in every boulevard aligned with the sun, there is the memory of empire's hand. Language carries empire's echo too. English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, once spoken by kings and conquerors, now circle the globe. Millions speak them not by choice, but by inheritance. Legal systems still echo Roman thought. Modern laws speak in terms first carved into wax and scroll. Even the calendar is a symbol. The months we live by, January, March, July, are named for Roman gods and leaders. Time itself has been shaped by empires that no longer breathe. Names remain. Cities named for conquerors. Countries still bearing colonial borders. Flags patterned after past glory. National anthems filled with lines about battles won or lands taken. These are not accidents. They are the lingering fingerprints of long dead. Powers, but symbols are not always remembered with pride. Statues have fallen. Flags have changed. Words once used in conquest are now reclaimed. What once was called discovery is now understood as invasion. The language of power slowly softens, and in its place comes reflection. Still, the symbols remain. They speak quietly, sometimes without our notice. In the way we write, in the way we build, in the way we remember, empire does not need to survive to be present. It only needs to be remembered. The echo of power, there is something in us that still listens for the voice of empire. It appears in the stories we tell, the films we watch, the leaders we admire. There is a pull toward grandeur, toward glory, toward something larger than ourselves, empires. For all their violence and complexity offered a certain illusion that the world could be ordered, tamed, known, that someone somewhere was in control. Modern politics still echoes this desire. Nations speak of greatness, of restoration, of taking back a moment in time when borders were wide and strength unquestioned. Leaders pose before military parades. Buildings are designed to look ancient, monumental. People chant old slogans, longing for something they never lived through but feel in their bones. In cinema, we recreate empires sometimes with nostalgia, sometimes with warning. We watch Spartans defend a pass. Gladiators stand before roaring crowds. Samurai fight for honor. Even in fantasy, we build fictional kingdoms that echo the structures of Rome or King or Persia. Thrones, crowns, banners in the wind. Why do we keep returning? Perhaps because empires make the world feel smaller, more certain. They give shape to the mess of history, placing names on maps and assigning causes to events. They make the past seem like a story with a clear beginning, middle, and end, even when it wasn't. Or perhaps it is because we long for impact, to feel like we are part of something lasting. Empires were built to last forever. They didn't. But the idea of forever still draws us in, and yet, the question remains, what exactly are we remembering? Is it the architecture, the achievements, the might? Or is it the control, the order, the myth of certainty? The echo of power is loud. But in the quiet, we can ask more honest questions. A soft goodbye empires often end in fire, but they are buried in silence. When Rome fell, it wasn't one moment. It was hundreds of small surrenders, one forgotten tradition at a time. When the Ottomans dissolved, it was not with a shout, but with a document and a fading flag. The British Empire receded through treaties, ceremonies, and quiet flights back to London, and yet, even now, the story doesn't feel finished. Perhaps that's because empire doesn't truly end when the armies leave. It ends when we let go of what it represented: glory, fear, control, identity. That letting go takes time. Generations even dot in the end. Remembering empire is not about celebration. It's not even always about warning. It is about understanding that behind every monument is a worker. Behind every law, a bias. Behind every crown, a cost. Empires gave the world roads and ruins, art and agony, order and oppression. They held humanity's best and worst in a single breath, and so we remember them not to rebuild them, but to learn from them. Tio asked, was it worth it? To wonder, what could have been different? To listen, what can we build now, not with swords and stone, but with empathy, with memory, with care? In the stillness after empire, there is no anthem, only the wind and the footsteps of those who remain, and in that soft goodbye, a new story can begin.